Chapter 1. Origins of Power. Namikaze Minato, Konoha's Yondaime Hokage, the man whose talent in the arts of sealing enabled him to create a jutsu so unique that gave him an almost godlike power that even he himself could not grasp the extent of its abilities and consequences of its creation. The Hiraishin no Jutsu, that earned him the nickname Konoha's Yellow Flash, allowed him instantly travel between seal markers. However, this technique, when used, emitted bursts of space-time radiation that, while not being harmful to the user, interacted with the user's chakra, changing it and attuning it to the space-time forces operating the jutsu. The more one used the technique, the greater the radiation's influence on the user's chakra. A prolonged exposure to it changed the very nature of the user's chakra, resulting in a completely new form of chakra, Hiraishin chakra. This new chakra had a golden color when flared. Think Goku when he goes Super Saiyan. And channeling it through the body allowed the user to speed up and dislocate himself from normal time flow. The user sees things in a slowed-down state, but is able to move normally, while to outsiders he suddenly sped up 50 to 100 times his normal speed. Think of it like bullet time from the Matrix. This new chakra also allowed to use the Hiraishin no Jutsu without the special three-pronged kunai. The only requirements were chakra, having the destination in sight, or having been in that place before, so the greater the distance, the more chakra was needed to perform the jump. Small jumps within a 10-mile limit weren't very exhausting to a person with Jounin-level chakra reserves, while a jump from Konoha to Suna, Kiri, Kumo, or IWA could even make a Kage risk death by chakra exhaustion. 10 miles is an easy jump, but for a 100 miles jump the chakra requirement will be 10 in 1, so instead of using 10 times the chakra, you end up using more than that, hence the danger of chakra exhaustion. The last two benefits of this chakra are the ability to reverse time on injuries when used as a medical jutsu, like Orochimaru's powers from Bleach, as well as an increased resistance to Jinjutsu. The stronger the Jinjutsu, the higher the chakra's resistance to the illusion. Low-level ones like D-rank Jinjutsu will most likely capture you in the illusion, but you will be feeling a tingling that is a sign of a power struggle between the Hiraishin chakra and the Jinjutsu caster's chakra, that is, anchoring itself onto you. With higher-level illusions, things will become blurry, C-rank to B-rank, or the jutsu won't anchor itself to you or be reflected to the caster, B-rank, A-rank, or S-rank. The birth of this new chakra could change the fate of a person, and since fate loves to stick its nose into destiny's business, it did. When Minato found out his wife Kushina was pregnant, he did what every self-respecting man would do in his place. He fainted. After he regained consciousness, he was crazy with joy for weeks and begun preparations. Unknown to him, the Hiraishin chakra that was transferred to his son begun reforming parts of Naruto's DNA to be able to sustain itself, in essence creating the first carrier of a new chakra-based Kekkai Genkai, like the Hitaki's white chakra or first Hokage's Mokuton, a fusion chakra element of Suiton and Doton nature chakra, and the Hyuton creation bloodline belonging to a clan in Water Country, a fusion of Suiton and Futon nature chakra. The Yondaime, like every father, was a very happy man to know that he will have a son to pass down his most prized techniques, and begun to write down several scrolls containing firstly the most rare of jutsu that he knows and later jutsu that could be taught to a Genin or Chunin. Being a seal master, he did not forget to write down things that weren't available in books contained in Konoha's libraries. While there were many scrolls on the basics of Fuin jutsu, and some on advanced knowledge on sealing, there weren't enough detailed information on what would happen if one did this or that. Many of the scrolls simply said to this or that, not always explaining what would happen if one were to do things a bit differently. So some time ago, he begun work on a book that would explain Fuin Jutsu much better than sources available in libraries. He had been working on it since before he was appointed as Yondaime, and thanks to occasional help from his sensei Jiraiya, he had finished detailed explanations on the basics and was nearing the completion of the chapter on advanced sealing. Since he had Kage Bunshin going over his daily paperwork, he had time to spare to visit his wife and have a clone working on the book that will be complete barely 2 months before Naruto will be born. He included several seals that he made, like a chakra reservoir seal that he has been working on in his spare time when he wasn't occupied with other tasks, as well as a seal that Jiraiya found notes on that increased a person's body weight to help in training. But most of all, he made a scroll containing his best jutsu, Rasengan and the Hiraishin, along with a sword he ordered from Takumi no Sato that could extend itself like Kusanagi, the sword of Orochimaru, the snake Sannin. Channel the owner's chakra that made it deadly if it was a wind user like himself or his wife, and absorb the enemy's chakra. Then terrible news came. One of the 9 great demon lords, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, was approaching Konoha. He knew what he had to do, and it saddened Minato that he won't be able to see his son grow up. But at least he would have his mother and the scrolls that he will leave with the Sandaime and Jiraiya to give them to Naruto when they think he will be able to use them safely. And on that fateful October day, the Yondaime gave his life to call upon the power of the death god to rip the soul from the demon's body and seal it away in his son. Unfortunately, his wife Kushina died not too long after him. Whether she died due to complications or foul play remains unknown. Chapter 2. The Awakening. After his parents' death, it has been decided that Naruto would be placed in the care of one of the orphanages in Konoha instead of being killed like some of the councilmen wanted, most notably Uchiha Fugaku, head of the Uchiha clan, nor turned into a living weapon like Danzo, a councilman, and Sarutobi's rival for the position of Hokage. The information about the Kyuubi being imprisoned in Naruto was to be an S-rank village secret, and no one was allowed to speak of it under death penalty. To make sure that Naruto was safe, the orphanage selected was closest to the Hokage Tower, so that ANBU protection would have an easier time in guarding the boy, and that the Sandaime could visit the child without problems. Even though Naruto was well looked after, the caretakers, too afraid that the Hokage would throw them in prison at best, have them executed for child abuse at worst. Since the first Hokage made strict laws protecting children, his life wasn't a happy one. The children wouldn't play with him because they mimicked the behavior of adults, and not even daily visits from Hokage would change that he felt lonely. The only times that the Hokage didn't visit him were when he was busier than normally, which tended to be at least once a week, but Naruto would be told of that in advance so that he wouldn't worry. There were times when Naruto had trouble sleeping, and on those times he sometimes could see dark figures with animal faces. When he asked the Hokage about them, he was told that they were guardian spirits that look after children at night, and that since he lives in the orphanage where there are lots of children, they're bound to be there. Half a year after Naruto's 40th birthday, the Hokage would sometimes let Naruto watch him work in the office and bring him to the park and tell stories. But that didn't help to ease Naruto's lone lines much, and he always felt a cold shiver crawl down his back and caught glimpses of the look Peppol would give him. The best day ever for Naruto was his 5th birthday, when the Hokage took him to some restaurant stall called Ichiraku's Ramen. He fell in love with it after the first bite. Since then, he could be seen there every day at lunchtime. 6 weeks later, a new festival was held because of the signing of a peace treaty ending a long war between Konoha and Kumo. On the day of the festival, Naruto went to look around, though he avoided Peppol when he could because of the stares they gave him. Though Naruto did his best to avoid trouble, some drunk villagers thought it would be fun to chase around the demon brat, and Naruto ended up getting lost. As he walked the streets of the village trying to find a place he knew, Naruto ended up walking till it got dark. It was over 10:30 and Naruto wasn't back, so the caretakers at the orphanage got worried, not about Naruto but themselves. If something happened to the brat, the Hokage could throw them in jail or worse, believing that they had something to do with it, unless they informed him right away. When the Sandaime got word that Naruto went to see the festival and wasn't back, yet he called a few ANBU that weren't too busy to look for him, while he himself used his crystal ball to scout around the village. Naruto got more and more worried by the minute since it was dark already, and he was never outside so long after dark. When he turned a corner and saw a man with a bag slumped over his shoulder. Interested, Naruto gets a bit closer when he thought he saw the bag move and spoke up. "Hey mister, what do you have in the bag?" The man turned and looked at him. "Get lost, brat, before I hurt you." Naruto saw the bag move again and remembered hearing that some Peppol capture other Peppol and kidnap them to demand money from the person's family. So he yelled, "You're a kidnapper. Help, kidnapper. Somebody help. You stupid brat, die." The man ran up to him so quickly that Naruto barely had time to yell anymore. He grabbed Naruto by the neck and started to choke him. Scared out of his mind, Naruto started to panic and tried to get the man's hand off his neck, but was too weak to do so. At the same time, two ENBU dispatched to look for Naruto returned to report that they haven't found him in their search areas. Saratobi was about to dispatch them to a new location when he found Naruto in his crystal ball, and what he saw terrified him. He found Naruto near the Hyuga district with a man choking him to death when something that he hadn't seen in a few years happened. Naruto, unable to free himself, begun to lose consciousness when a funny feeling overcame him, and thinking he was about to die, his thoughts ran to the Hokage, who was probably in the tower now and didn't care what was going on. The strange feeling intensified, and a thought about the Hokage's office came to Naruto when things got weird and a light flashed before him, and he found himself in the middle of the Hokage's office with two strange men in animal masks and the Sandame. Saratobi couldn't believe what he was seeing. First, he sees Naruto about to be killed by some man, and the next thing he knows, the same scene is happening in front of him, in his office. The man, temporarily distracted, blinked a few times before he noticed the change of surroundings, and then felt a blade on his neck and heard an emotionless, monotone voice. "Let go of the boy, drop the bag and lift your hands high. Don't try anything or you're dead." The man knew that even if he somehow survived, he was a dead man either way, since he failed the Raikage's orders to capture the Byakugan for Kumo. He did what he was told and tried to swallow a hidden suicide pill when the other Yinbyu hit him in the back of the head and knocked him out. While checking if Naruto was alright, Saratobi turned to one of the ANBU. "Check him for weapons and any means of taking his life. Tam, take him to Ibiki for questioning." "Hi, Hokage-sama." The ANBU took the man and sunshined out of the office. The other ANBU opened the bag and found a girl about 5 years old that was struggling to free herself. But what caught his attention most were her pale lavender eyes. A clear sign she was a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan, since she had no mark on her forehead. "Lord Hokage," the bag contained a Hyuga child. It was clearly a kidnapping attempt. It would seem that the Kumo delegation wanted to use the treaty as a distraction, and when we were busy they would have an easier time stealing the Byakugan. He turned to the ANBU. "Inform Ibiki that the prisoner must live till we get the Kumo delegation here. When they get here, I want 4 Yinbyu teams here, just in case they try something." "As you wish, Lord Hokage." And with that, he went to the ANBU torture and interrogation division. Saratobi exited his office and told one of the Chunin to tell Hyuga Hayashi to come to his office immediately. Returning to his office, he couldn't help but think that Naruto somehow was able to perform the Hiraishin no Jutsu just like that, without any kunai or seal marker. He would have to investigate this further. After all, neither of Naruto's parents possessed any sort of bloodline, and he definitely never heard of one that would allow a person to teleport from the Hyuga compound straight to his office. I'll have to ask Naruto about this situation. He might give some clues as to what is happening. One thing is certain, it wasn't the Kyuubi's doing. If it was, we would have felt its power. When he opened the door, he saw the Hyuga girl sitting on a chair and Naruto still out on the couch. The girl is most likely Hayashi's daughter. This just might help Naruto out a bit with the Hyuga clan, or at least Hayashi. Just a few minutes later, Hyuga Hayashi and this twin brother Hizashi busted into his office. "Hokage-sama, my daughter has been kidnapped, and you summoned me here now of all times." "Calm down, Hayashi. Your daughter is safe here in my office. But more importantly, you should be thanking Naruto-kun for saving her from her captor. Unfortunately, he has yet to regain consciousness." "I see. Do you know who the culprit is?" "Yes. It would seem that the Kumo delegation were using the peace treaty as a diversion so that they could abduct a main house Hyuga. This will most certainly cause problems. I should return Hinata home. Please give my thanks to Naruto-san when he wakes up. Good night, Hokage-sama." An hour after Hyuga Hayashi, Naruto woke up. "Ugh, what happened? Where am I?" "Ugh, my he Hurst. It's good to see you're all right, Naruto-kun." "Ji-chan, what happened? How did I end up here?" "That is what I'd like to know as well. Tell me, what is the last thing you remember?" "Well, I got lost and was walking around to find some place I knew to get back when I saw a man with a bag, and I yelled when the bag was moving. He grabbed me by the neck and things started to go black. Just before I passed out, I felt all tingly and weird. Then I remembered your office, and the next thing I know, I wake up here." "Thank you, Naruto-kun. I believe I know what happened, but I'm not entirely sure. I will need to have a doctor examine you to make sure you're fine, as well as to get more answers that could help us determine what exactly happened. But for now, get some sleep, and we'll take care of everything in the morning. The next day, Sarutobi called in his most trusted medic Nin to look over Naruto for any abnormalities. What they found was a difference in his chakra that didn't match Naruto's chakra signature from the examination Naruto underwent 6 weeks ago after his 5th birthday. Sarutobi and the doctor went outside and, "That's very interesting. You say it's a chakra abnormality, and that it's not connected to Naruto's condition?" "Hi Hokage-sama. Traces of this strange chakra are still present, and I can safely say that it definitely doesn't belong to Kyubi. I believe it's the boy's own chakra that somehow changes its properties to allow him to, from what you told me, travel near instantly from place to place. The only thing I can compare it to is Yandame-sama's Hiraishin no Jutsu. But to be able to do that, one would need the special seal formula that only one person knew, and he's dead. There is no possibility that Naruto could know it, so I have no idea how he is able to perform it to get to your office. I don't think Naruto even knows how to channel chakra, let alone change its nature, though I must say that he has more chakra than an academy student. If his chakra reserves keep growing at this rate by graduation from the academy, he could have the reserves of a Chunin or possibly a Jounin. Thank you for this information, Doctor. It would seem that Naruto will have to learn advanced chakra control exercises while still in the academy. Some might call it playing favorites, but if his reserves keep growing like that, and because of Kyubi, I believe they will, having such large reserves and barely any control over them could be a great hindrance to Naruto. About Naruto's chakra and the similarities to the Hiraishin is now an S-rank secret that you can only discuss with me. Please check the blood samples for any connections to Naruto's condition. I will lock over the notes Yodame left with his observations on the effects of using that technique. Who knows, there may be some clues to what is happening to Naruto. Understood, Hokage-sama. If I find out anything, I'll inform you immediately. Having finished debriefing, the Dr. Sarutobi went back to Naruto. Well, Naruto, we know that whatever happened to you is linked to your chakra, so we'll start you off a bit earlier than expected. Originally, I wanted you to attend the academy next year, but because of recent developments and your large chakra reserves, I've decided to teach you some things earlier and enter you to the academy at the age of 9, so you can have a chance to get to know those who you might be on a team with, as well as try to make some friends. Really, you are going to teach me? Yes, but I won't be able to do it all the time, so I'll have someone to teach you when I can't. Sugoi, I'm going to be the best ninja there is, Databeo. Chapter 3. Introduction to Destruction. 5 years later, Academy Gates. A 10-year-old Naruto stood outside the academy with an uneasy feeling in his stomach. Oh, what the hell, I have to go there whether I like it or not. As he walked the corridors of the academy, Naruto kept thinking about the conversation he had with the Hokage the day before. Flashback. Naruto was waiting in front of the Hokage's office, busy wondering why he was summoned, when he was supposed to meet Yamato-sensei for training 20 minutes ago. His thoughts were interrupted when the door opened, revealing a smiling Sarutobi. "Hello, Naruto. It's good to see you. Please come in." When Naruto seated himself, the Sandaime turned to him. "Naruto, perhaps you are wondering why I summoned you here. 5 years ago, when your abilities manifested themselves, I decided not to enter you into the academy, to give you time to adapt and test your powers. The training you had with myself, Yamato, Guy, and Kakashi is sufficient enough to allow you to join this year, and from my observations, I would place you as a strong Genin, possibly a low-level Chunin. The only things you're lacking you will learn in the academy, not to mention you'll have a chance to make friends with the other students." "But Gigi, what about my training? Won't I be allowed to practice with Yamato-sensei or Guy-sense?" If you're worried about not being able to train, then you don't have to. I'm sure that Guy or Kakashi would find some time to train with you, but Yamato will be too busy with his own duties to help you out. Flashback end. Room 108. Guess I'm here. With that, he knocked on the door. Soon after, he heard lots of noise and definitely the teacher yelling at the students to keep quiet. The door opened, revealing a man with a scar across his nose. "Yes, can I help you?" With that, Naruto presented a note he got from the Hokage. "So you're the new student Hokage-sama told me about? The man saw Naruto nod in confirmation. I'm Iruka, and I'll be your sensei. So follow me, and I'll introduce to the class. As Naruto entered the class, he instantly felt everyone's eyes were set on him, and his nervousness returned only much more intensive. Seeing the boy's scared, stiff Iruka cough to get the class's attention. Now that I have your attention, class, this is Uzumaki Naruto, and he will be attending to lessons with us for the remaining 2 years until the graduation exam. But Erika-sensei, why does he get to join late when we had to start years ago? Yelled a pink-haired girl. It's very simple, Sakura. Children from clans either join a bit later because some of the things we teach here are covered by tutors from clans. According to what Hokage-sama told me, Naruto had some chakra-related problems and needed help overcoming them. Right now, from what I've been told, he has more chakra than me because of those problems, and if he hadn't been given help, then his chakra control would have suffered. Now, Naruto, please take a seat next to Shikamaru. Iruka notices that Naruto doesn't know where to go and quickly spots the problem. Shikamaru, wake up! Iruka yelled and threw an eraser at him. This is so troublesome. I bet he'll start asking lots of troublesome questions, thought the Nara. Naruto walked up to the desk at the back of the class and took his seat in the same row as Shikamaru and a plump kid next to him. Hey, I'm Naruto. So troublesome, Shikamaru Nara. Naruto looked at him strangely. Don't mind him, munch, munch, he's always like that. I'm Chuji. And so the class went by quickly with the boys talking a bit when Iruka wasn't looking or sleeping in Sakamaru's case. At lunchtime, everyone went outside to eat, and Naruto joined Shikamaru and Chuji under a tree. Naruto and Chuji were talking a bit about others in class and discussing the valors of ramen and barbecue, leaving the Nara to his cloud watching when a raven-haired boy started walking up to them. From Choji, Naruto learned that the boy was Uchiha Sasuke, the survivor of the Uchiha massacre. "Dobe, fight me," demanded the Uchiha. And as soon those words were spoken, all the kids in the courtyard began to gather around them. Naruto just smiled. Say what? You heard me, Dobe. I want you to fight me right here and now. Why would I want to do that? That's stupid. Please go away, Sasuke, and stop being so troublesome. You know who? This infuriated the Uchiha. Who does that Dobe think he is? I'm an Uchiha, an elite. How dare he ignore me? Thought Sasuke. On sheer instinct, Sasuke launched himself at Naruto, ready to punch him in the face. Thanks to his training with Guy and his other senseis, Naruto was able to grab his opponent's arm, twisting it, and threw Sasuke over his shoulder, sending the hot-headed Uchiha to the ground, painfully. Seeing their precious Sasuke-kun on the ground, his fangirls started screeching at Naruto that he hurt Sasuke-kun, most notably a pink-haired harpy Sakura and a blonde with a ponytail, but were quickly silenced when Naruto spoke up, clearly pissed. Don't ever attack me again, Sasuke. Naruto's tone was low and serious. I don't have time for stupid little playground brawls. I came here to finish my training and graduate so I could become a ninja, as well as hopefully make some friends. I can most certainly say that I don't like you. I don't give a damn that you're an Uchiha. To me, you are just an arrogant asshole who thinks he's better than others. I'll be going now. You made me lose my appetite. With that, he walked off towards the classroom. Sasuke lay there defeated and humiliated, with virtually the entire class to bear witness to it. Iruka looked out at the class as they took their seats. There was quite a bit more conversation going on than usual. He noticed that Sasuke was the last one to arrive. To his surprise, a few of his students were pointing to him and seeming to make some jokes. Sasuke sat down and pointedly ignored the attention he was receiving. Once the kids settled down, Iruka began the history lecture, much to the displeasure of some students. All in all, the day passed peacefully. On the way out, a boy with a puppy on his head ran up to Naruto. Hey, I'm Kiba, and this, he said as he pointed to the puppy, is Akamaru. We saw how you took out that idiot Uchiha, and I'd like to congratulate you on a job well done. You have no idea how hard it is to stand that guy's constant brooding, and all that noise those screeching banshees make hurts Akamaru's ears. You're O.K in our book, so if you want we can be friends. Thank you, Kiba. I'd like that. Now if you excuse me, I have to see a man about some ramen. And with that, Naruto ran out to you-know-where. Ichiraku Ramen. On his way to Ichiraku's, Naruto caught sight of that crazy snake lady Anko. A chill went down his spine every time he remembers how he met her. Now he stays clear of her whenever he sees her. After all, he really doesn't want to end up in the hospital again. The first time was a little accident, really. But how was he supposed to know that she would start throwing kunai and shuriken at him and have snakes try to eat him for bumping into her and making her drop her dango? He had nightmares for a month after that. And what's worse is that guy had seen him running for his life and started yelling about how brightly his flames of youth were burning. Though Naruto was able to withstand Guy or Anko, although barely, and I mean really barely, even he wasn't able to withstand both Guy and Anko at the same time without needing serious psychological help later on. The good side of this incident, if you can call it a good side, was that Anko had been appointed as Naruto's temporary sensei, as punishment for inflicting a few non-life-threatening injuries on Naruto, as well as using snakes to inject paralyzing poison. Naruto was stiff for 2 days after that one. In the end, they became friends or acquaintances on friendly terms, because of their pasts being similar. Anko, as Naruto learned later on, had lots of knowledge on traps, infiltration, and anatomy. In a month, he learned how to make some improvements to his traps, his ability to sneak into places and follow Pepole, which Anko noticed he had a lot of talent for. The most painful part of his time spent with Anko were the taijutsu spars, during which Naruto got a first-hand demonstration of the effectiveness of aiming for the pressure points to disable your opponent. Anko particularly loved those, though one can't say the same for Naruto, who usually lay in a painful position at the end of sparring practice. As a consolation prize for surviving her training, Anko taught him the Kanashibari no Jutsu, after she was certain he could perform it safely. Of course, there were times when she and Naruto's other senseis decided to unwind and got together for a poker night, and they brought Naruto along to play. That was 2 weeks after Anko decided to test Naruto's infiltration skills by stealing Kakashi's book. Who would have thought that the Cyclopean ninja would go berserk over a little thing like a book? Well, certainly not Anko, Gunma, Asuma, or Yamato. The funniest part was when Kakashi decided to inspect Anko and Naruto during their training. And since he was late, he came in during their break to see both of them engage in a staring contest while holding cards in their hands. Flashback. Anko leaned over the young boy and glared at him. "You really think you have a chance against me, brat?" She did her very best to seem menacing. Naruto faced her with a calm facade, his blue eyes serene. "You don't scare me." Kakashi grunted to gain their attention, and when they kept ignoring him, he sighed. "Anko, what are you two doing?" "We're having a break. What does it look like?" "You're playing cards with him?" "I don't think that teaching a 9-year-old gambling could be considered a break." "Gambling? Do you see any money?" In front of her was a small pile of candy. In front of Naruto was a slightly larger pile. Kakashi just kept his lazy stare on Anko. Anko sighed and shoved all her candy into the space between her and Naruto. "Okay, Naruto, let's make this the last hand. I'm all in." Naruto shrugged. "Oh, decay by me." He pushed his candy into the middle as well. Anko chuckled and shook her head. "Naruto, never play a hand just because the other person expects you to. You actually played pretty well, but you lost everything on the very last hand." She put her cards down with a flourish. "Full house, jacks over 9s. Naruto put his cards down. 4 7s. "What?" She gawked at him. "But you didn't draw any cards." He again shrugged. "I got them at the start." Anko and Kakashi stared at him. The odds of drawing 4 of a kind were about the same as winning the lottery. "What?" He began picking through his winnings for certain pieces of candy. Kakashi was on the ground laughing. "Anko, you just lost to a 9-year-old who has never played cards before." Flashback end. The same thing happened when they got Naruto to play with them at poker night. Naruto cleared out everyone, and everyone decided that Naruto won't be playing again, unless they bring in some suckers to clean out. The time in the academy went quickly for Naruto when he had Shikamaru, Chuji, Kiba as friends, as well as being on friendly terms with Aburame Shino, whom he met one time when Naruto was resting in an abandoned training field that turned out to be relatively close to the Aburame clan's property. Sasuke and Naruto didn't get along well at all. In fact, they ignored each other as much as possible. Sasuke was always pissed that Naruto was able to beat him in taijutsu spars, as well as equal to him in ninjutsu and weapons practice, though Sasuke had a feeling that Naruto was holding back, but he didn't know by how much. That only got the Uchiha brooding more since he kept thinking about how and where the dobe got this power. He clearly didn't deserve it as much as an Uchiha who had to avenge the death of his clan. Next week were the Genin exams, and everyone was nervous about their chances at passing, as well as who will be on their team. All the fangirls wanting to be on a team with Sasuke-kun. Some weren't all that nervous since they knew that they had their jutsu down and their textbook knowledge memorized. Others, like Shikamaru, didn't bother with the whole anxiety thing because it was too troublesome. The day of the exams finally came, and it was business as usual. Some pepole panicking, others excited, and some totally indifferent like Shino. When Irika and his assistant Mizuki entered the classroom, things got really, really tense. All right, class, will be beginning the examinations now. When your name is listed, you go to the examination room, where you will perform 3 jutsu of the ninjutsu portion of the exam. I wish you good luck on your test. Time went on, and one by one each of the kids exited the room with a headband. Uzumaki Naruto called out Irika. Naruto followed Irika to the room. O.K. Naruto, please perform the henge, kawarami, and 3 bunshin. Naruto turned into an exact copy of GAI, green spandex, eyebrows and all. Irika was stunned. Good job, Naruto. Naruto then used the kawarami to switch places with a log and turned to Irika. Na Irika-sensei, does it have to be a bunshin or can it be another kind of clone jutsu? Well, if you can do another kind, then I suppose you can. There isn't any rule that a student can use a different kind of bunshin. With that, Naruto performed 3 kage bunshin. Silence was all that one could hear, as Irika and Mitsuki sat here with their jaws on the floor. Naruto, where on earth did you learn that jutsu? Hokage Gigi allowed me to learn it since I had too much chakra to perform an ordinary bunshin. Well, you passed, Naruto-kun. Congratulations. With that, Naruto and Irika went out to the others, and Irika made an announcement. Congratulations on passing, everybody. To all those who passed, please come to the academy on Monday at 10:00 for genin placements. And with that, everyone went home. Chapter 4. Bell hunting season is officially open. Irika kept working till late hours trying to sort out how to divide the 27 genin who passed the exams into well-balanced teams. While normally that wouldn't be so problematic as it is in this case, Irika couldn't use some of the guidelines that were available. While tradition dictates that the graduates with the highest and lowest scores be placed on the same team with one other person, whose scores were somewhere in the first half of the grades from best to worst, he was unable to use this combination since that would mean placing Sasuke Uchiha with Nara Shikamaru, who even though lazy as hell strikes Irika as a genius when it comes to strategy, and one other person. This is the place where things get tricky since the heads of the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans made it clear that they want their children placed on the same team. After all, since the Ino-Shikacho combination worked in the past, why bother change it? Especially when their fighting styles complement each other so well. Well, there goes that idea out the window, thought the Chunin. Then there is the problem with forming a reconnaissance team. The best results would be achieved by placing Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Inuzuka Kiba in one team. Shino is the best Chios for the position of the team's captain and strategist, something Irika learned during the years he spent as his sensei. Inuzuka Kiba, while loud and brash, is a perfect candidate for the team's muscle and tracker, the things that his clan is best known for. Then there is Hinata, whose Byakugan complements the scouting abilities of the two boys. She could grow into a strong kunoichi if she gets over her confidence problem. However, being placed on a team with Shino and Kiba might help her with that since both boys are quite friendly towards her. That leaves Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto as his last problems. Sakura, while being undoubtedly the smartest person in the class when it comes to written tests, isn't as good in the practical aspects of academy training as the other students. In fact, he would have to be forced to agree if some nun told him that she's the weakest of the students that graduated. Then there's Naruto, who has average scores when it comes to written tests, though Irika observed that he got there just barely, and that written stuff just isn't him. However, Naruto did score the highest in Taijutsu, and is on even grounds with Sasuke in the ninjutsu department, though Sasuke only uses Katon Jutsu, while Naruto has a little of each, but doesn't seem to favor right on jutsu. The same could be said for weapons use, as the boys are clearly tied in the use of shuriken and kunai. Now Irika has to decide what to do with them. Sakura needs to be placed with stronger teammates to compensate for her Wakeir physical abilities. Naruto, because of his heavy usage of taijutsu and ninjutsu, is best suited for an assault team. Irika has gotten quite close to Naruto over the years, ever since he bumped into Naruto at the ramen stand. At first, he wasn't fond of the boy since he lost his parents to the beast that is now sealed in the boy. However, once the frequency of their meetings at Ichiraku's increased, Irika managed to talk to the boy a bit. Irika learned that they are both alike in many ways. They both lost their families in the Kyuubi attack, both love ramen and pranks. Irika grew to view Naruto as something close to a little brother that he never had, and got to learn some of the less-known things about the boy, like his love of gardening, his relationship with the Hokage, and loose friendship with some of Konoha's elite shinobi, like Mato Guy and Kapinin Kakashi. Therefore, it was a hard decision for Irika to make, what team to put Naruto in. As he was thinking about Naruto, an idea entered his mind. Of course, how could I forget about something like that? Instantly, most of his problems seemed to go away. There are 27 graduates to separate into 9 teams of 3, but usually only a third of the teams pass the final test given to them by their Jounin sensei. Instead of placing them into teams that all have nearly equal chances of passing, I should place the Genin in teams that will have the highest chances of passing. Thought Irika. The Inoshikacho team will most likely pass. The same can be said about the scout team consisting of Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, so that leaves an assault team. Since Sasuke will most likely fit best in this team and is an Uchiha, the most probable sensei for his team will be Kapinin Kakashi, the village's only other Sharingan wielder. Since Kakashi will be the sensei, then placing Naruto with someone who he knows is the best option. That only leaves the third member of the team. It has to be someone who will be a balance for Naruto's and Sasuke's heavy ninjutsu usage. I need someone who is a Jinjutsu type, and the only best option for that spot is Sakura. I just hope Naruto can work with them. I know how he dislikes Sasuke's attitude, and Sakura clearly likes Sasuke but dislikes Naruto because he doesn't like Sasuke. As Shikamaru would say, troublesome, but I know that they will pass somehow. The next morning, Irika delivered the list of teams to the Sandaime. Thank you, Irika. I take it was a very difficult matter to solve. Hi, Hokage-sama. I had to spend a few hours trying to sort out this mess. It wasn't easy given that I had to make the Inoshikacho team and a reconnaissance team, as well as the overall scores of the graduates. Yet you were able to divide the children into good teams. Though please explain why you placed Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in one team? It makes this team much stronger than the others. You see, Hokage-sama, normally Sasuke and Shikamaru would be on one team, but the Inoshikacho team destroys that concept entirely. Sakura is the weakest Genin but shows promise in Jinjutsu and has excellent chakra control. Naruto is pretty much the strongest Genin overall burst scored average in the exams due to his written test. It helped me greatly that Naruto and I have gotten close over the years and that he told me about his acquaintance with Kakashi-san. I figured that since Sasuke will be a team whose sensei will most likely be Kakashi, who is our only other Sharingan user, it would be best to place Naruto with someone who he knows. Since both Sasuke and Naruto are strong Genin hopefuls who use ninjutsu mostly, I decided to place Sakura on their team due to the fact that she will most likely be their team's Jinjutsu user. I can understand your reasoning, Irika-kun, but don't you think that you're being a bit unfair towards the rest of the students? I understand, Hokage-sama, but I made the teams in such a way that the other 6 teams still have high chances of passing. The 3 teams that seem more in favor will most likely pass, though they have slightly bigger chances than the rest. Either way, we will have 3 teams, and, though I hate to say it, having those 3 teams is better for the village, but that doesn't mean I liked making that decision. I have to agree with you, Irika. We don't like it that we are favoring those 3 teams more than others, but those 9 children are some of the most gifted Genin we have seen in a few years. There is one more ring, I must tell you. Mizuki won't be joining you in the academy anymore. He tried to steal the Forbidden Scroll, but unfortunately for him, I returned earlier than expected and apprehended him before he could make his escape. Currently, he is being interrogated by Ibiki-san in ENBU HQ. Who would have thought that Mizuki would be capable of doing something like that? I will be going now. Good day, Hokage-sama. Day of Genin placements. Naruto arrived at the academy a bit early, so he dasted to wait in the class. When he got there, he noticed that Shikamaru and Shino were there already. Shino he could understand since the stoic Aburame was known to come early, but for Shikamaru, it would be too troublesome. Hey Shino, Shikamaru boy, you guys are early. Good day, Naruto-san. Troublesome. My mother woke me up earlier than usual, that's why I'm here half an hour early. Troublesome woman. So, who do you think will be on your teams? My troublesome father said something about trying to place me with Chuji and Ino as the second Ino Shikacho team. I don't mind being with Chuji, but I just know Ino will be more troublesome than usually. I will most likely be placed on a reconnaissance team, though I cannot be certain. Well, at least you guys know something. I just hope I'm not placed with Sasuke. Kami knows I'll go crazy if we're on one team. Time passed by and more kids entered the class, with the highlight being Ino and Sakura entering the room screeching like banshees, until it was 10:00 and Irika entered the class. Okay, graduates, it's time to assign you to teams and Jounin senseis. Team 1 will consist of... At this point, Naruto decided to tune out everything and wait for his name to be called out. Team 7 will consist of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto lifted his head. Haruno Sakura. Naruto groaned. And Uchiha Sasuke. Yeah, yelled Sakura. No, yelled Ino. Fuck. Naruto slammed his head into the desk. Your sensei will be Hatake Kakashi. Teammate. Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino. Your sensei will be Yuhi Kurenai. I'm not with Naruto-kun, thought Hinata sadly. This is bull, thought Naruto. What a drag, thought Shikamaru. Team 10, Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Chuji, Yamanako Ino. Your sensei will be Asuma Saratobi. Irika said. Oh, come on, Irika-sensei. The order of these teams are way off, shouted Naruto. Naruto, that's enough. These teams were approved by the Hokage. Somebody is going to die. Irika just knew that he'll have a headache soon. Odake, go out to lunch and be here at noon for your senseis to pick you up. Shikamaru sighed at his predicament. He laid against the railing as Ino kept going on and on. She just wouldn't shut up. He noticed Naruto heading their way. So Naruto, how's your team? This sucks. I'm stuck with the Uchiha and his pet. Talk about troublesome. That's my line, get your own. Funny. So where's your third teammate? Ino shoved her teammates out of the way and glared hard at Naruto. Hey Uzumaki, me and my team are talking, so get lost, she barked at him. He looked at her for a while before turning his attention back to Chuji. So Chuji, ramen race at Ichiraka's? He asked. Hey, did you hear what I just said? Shouted Ino. You're on, Chuji said. I'm talking here. Shikamaru, you'll referee Odake? Naruto asked. Don't ignore me. Do I have a choice? Naruto and Chuji nodded no, and Shikamaru sighed. He agreed. Hey, Ino yelled as the boys went away. Hatake Kakashi walked toward the classroom. He could never understand why he continued to do this. He had not passed any Genin team in his career as a Jounin instructor. None of the teams displayed the qualities he was looking for. So here he was again ready to fail another Genin team. When he entered, he was surprised at what he saw. He already knew Uchiha Sasuke's history with the fact that his clan was wiped out, so that didn't surprise him. Haruno Sakura he only knew about because he read her file. She was quite smart and had a talent for Jinjutsu, but other than that she wasn't as much as a surprise. He caught sight of a certain blonde he knew sleeping on the desk. My first impression of you guys is that you're a bunch of idiots. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. And with that he poofed away. Team 7 looked at where he stood and blinked a few times before going to the roof. On the roof of the academy, Team 7 sat in front of their sensei, who was reading a book. All right, now, let's introduce ourselves, he said. What do you mean, sensei? Asked Sakura. I mean your likes, dislikes, dreams, hobby stuff like that. Why don't you go first, sensei? Said Sakura. Well, my name is Hatake Kakashi. I have a lot of likes and a lot of dislikes, but I have no desire to tell you. My dreams are, I have a lot of hobbies. All we got was his name, thought Sakura. Well, now it's your turn. You first, Pinky. Oh, my name is Haruno Sakura. The person I like is, my hobby is, my dream for the future is, she said while blushing. Naruto bent over the railing, making gagging noises. And I hate Ino Pig and Naruto Baka. Oh, great, a fangirl. Okay, next. My name is Uchiha Saskia. I have a lot of dislikes, but not a lot of likes. I don't want to use the word dream. More like an ambition is to resurrect my clan and to kill a certain man, Saskia said. Cool. Sakura thought. I thought so. Kakashi thought. Okay, you next. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My likes are ramen, training, and an occasional prank or two. My dislike is the 3 minutes it takes to make ramen, crazy fangirls, and arrogant pricks. Sakura and Saskia sent him dirty looks. I only really have one dream, and that is to become the greatest Hokage there was. Well, I have an Avenger, a fangirl, and Naruto. This should be interesting. Well, now that done, we can begin doing our duties, but there is one thing we need to do before that. What is it? Asked Sakura. Survival training, Kakashi said. But sensei, we've done survival training. Kakashi chuckled at her question. What's so funny? Asked Sakura. Well, for one, I'll be your opponent in the survival training, he said. But that not everything, is it? Asked Naruto. He's sharp. You're right about that. Out of the 27 graduates, only 9 will be Genins. The rest will be sent back to the academy. This training is a super difficult exam with a 66% failure rate. Naruto and Sakura gave shock expressions while Saskia gave a glare. So what the hell was all that stuff at the academy for? Yelled Sakura. That was just to see if you have the stuff to become Genin. We just can't have everyone as a Genin now. So be at training ground 11 at 6 and don't eat any breakfast. You wouldn't want to puke, Kakashi said, and he disappeared. Well, I'm off. See you tomorrow. And with that, Naruto poofed away, leaving Sakura gaping and Sasuke fuming. The next morning, Sakura and Sasuke were waiting at the training ground, tired and hungry. 5 minutes before 9, Naruto showed up. Where the hell have you been? It's almost 9, yelled Sakura. I'm on time. After all, Kakashi-sensei was 3 hours late yesterday. What makes you think you won't be late today? As if on cue, Kakashi poofed into the training ground. You're late, yelled Sakura. Sasuke just glared at the man. Sorry, I got lost on the road of life, Kakashi said. Only you would get lost on a one-way road with walls on the sides, grumbled Naruto. Kakashi took our 2 bells. These are your objective. He took out an alarm clock and put it on top of the post next to him. O.K. The timer is set for noon. You have until then to get one of these bells from me. If you do, you pass. But there are only 2 bells, sensei, said Sakura. Good observation, he joked. Naruto snorted as he tried to hold in a laugh, which earned him a glare. The one who doesn't get the bell goes back to the academy. Naruto began to realize that something was up. The test made no sense. He was hiding something. That's when it hit him. Kakashi is testing not just their abilities, but something else as well. Sakura was clearly concerned, biting her lip as she eyed the bells. She glanced at Sasuke. There was no way she could get a bell over him. He was the rookie of the year. That left Naruto. She could beat Naruto. Besides, if it was Naruto that was gone, then she's have Sasuke coin to herself on the team. Well now, time to get started. Come at me with the intent to kill. The test begins now. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke disappeared. Kakashi had to admit that they were good at hiding. That's when Naruto suddenly appeared. You know, compared to the others, you're really weird, he said. Well, I never cared what the others thought about me. Besides, there is something about this test that seems off. I was hoping you would shed some light on the situation, Naruto said. He's really sharp. That's an interesting theory, but why should I tell you anything? He asked. I figured you wouldn't, so I'll just beat it out of you, Naruto said and charged at Kakashi. Lesson 1, Taijutsu, he said, and he reached for something in pouch. Naruto stopped his charge and pulled out 2 kunais from the sleeves. Kakashi saw this and was impressed. Naruto stood in a guard position with his kunais. What he saw was shocking. He pulled out a book. It was an orange-covered book with a man chasing a woman. What are you doing? He asked. I'm reading to see what's going to happen next. Don't worry, you won't even touch me. Naruto got pissed and charged at him. He threw a punch which hit air. He tried a kick, which Kakashi ducked and got behind him. "You know, you shouldn't let the enemy get behind you," he said while he formed the Taurus seal. Sakura saw what Kakashi was about to do and yelled at Naruto. "Get out of there, Naruto. He's going to destroy you." Too late. Konohagakure Hiden, Taijutsu no Oji, Senengoroshi, Hidden Leaf Secret, Taijutsu Supreme Technique. 1,000 Years of Death. Kakashi stuck his index fingers into Naruto, but only for Naruto to go up in smoke. "Kage Bunshin," thought Kakashi out loud. Just then 4 Narutos burst from the ground and Addis at him. Kakashi was impressed as the clones were using very complex fighting strategy. He destroyed 2 clones and was about to destroy another one when the 4th clone came from his right and blocked his punch. The 3rd clone attempted to use a crushing heel kick, but it was blocked. That's when he saw 4 more clones coming at him. Destroying the 2 remaining clones that attacked him, he readied himself for the others. Sasuke observed from his hiding spot and was amazed and envious of Naruto. He knew that those were no ordinary Bunshins. They were solid and were able to do damage. How the hell does he know such a technique? Suddenly, he caught movement from behind. He turned around to see another Naruto. He was moving fast, and he was trying to get behind Kakashi. He watched as he stopped and snapped a kunai from his sleeve. He poised himself and waited. After a few seconds, Naruto let the kunai fly. Sakura watched as a kunai came out of nowhere towards Kakashi. Then she realized what it was aiming for. It was the bells. The kunai cut a string that held one of the bells. She saw Naruto moving, and he was moving fast. He was never this fast in the academy, Sakura thought. He had the bell in his grasp until a kick sent him flying, or it would have if it wasn't a shadow clone. She saw Kakashi's surprise, and that is all Naruto needed. He caught the bell and jumped over Kakashi. That's when it suddenly hit her. Naruto actually got a bell. It was short-lived though, as Kakashi sped up and kicked Naruto in the back, making Naruto drop the bell. Kakashi was actually winded. This boy had actually been able to get a bell, if only for a short moment, with a well-laid plan. He used his clones as distractions, and he went after the target. Taking back the bell, he stared at his most surprising student. "I have to say, that was an excellent strategy you used against me, Naruto." "Thanks, but there is still one thing that keeps bugging me. What are you really aiming for?" Now, you know I can't tell you." "All right then, tell me what I did wrong." "Well, aside from taking on a jounin by yourself, not much." Naruto growled, but suddenly he felt like kicking himself in the ass. He was a Genin and he was fighting a jounin. Their skill levels were miles apart. There was no way he would actually get the bell. There was another part of this test. Naruto gave him a foxy grin, which confused Kakashi. "Thanks again, sensei." And with a poof he was gone. Kakashi heard the rustle of some leaves. He decided to follow, but he heard the sound of shuriken coming toward him. Doing a replacement with a log. He would have to wait to see what Naruto cooked up next time. Naruto sat on a branch far away from the battle site. He actually had to thank the team for providing a great distraction. He set some traps just in case. He knew that even though Sasuke was Rookie of the Year, he was no match for Kakashi. He sat there trying to remember the words that Kakashi said. Well, aside from taking on a jounin by yourself, Naruto replayed in his head. Well, that's true. There was no way I could to get those bells away from him alone. So if this test isn't about individual skills, then what is it? He thought. He racked his brain for a possible answer. He then remembered something that Kakashi said yesterday. Wait a minute. How could only 9 actually graduate? He asked no one. Unknown to him, Kakashi smiled under his mask. He managed to get around Naruto's traps, which would have hurt, and spied on the boy. He was impressed that the boy was starting to get the idea of the test. I have to remember to keep an eye on him. Kakashi disappeared and went in search of his other students. He wondered if the others were as sharp as this one. Sadly, Kakashi was greatly disappointed in Sakura. With one simple genjutsu, she was easily defeated. It seems that she was more concerned about Sasuke's well-being than her skills. Speaking of the Uchiha, he was currently facing him. Shinobi fighting number 2, Genjutsu. Sakura fell for it. Kakashi said while reading his book. I'm not the same as them. Sasuke said. Say that after you get the bells. Sasuke-kun. Naruto actually had one in his hands. Kakashi said as he put his book away and looked at the Uchiha. Sasuke started by throwing shurikens at Kakashi. Kakashi dodged, not really impressed, until he saw Sasuke throw a kunai at a rope. A trap, he thought as he saw a rain of knives coming at him. He dodged again and quickly blocked a kick from Sasuke. Sasuke twisted his body and threw a punch. Kakashi caught the punch and raised his forearm to block another kick. He then noticed Sasuke's smirk and was wide-eyed as he watched Sasuke actually touch the bells. He broke off contact from him and put some distance between them. He was surprised yet again by his students, but he didn't show it. That was pretty close. Not as good as Naruto, but close enough. He taunted. Sasuke growled at being compared to the dope. Doing some quick hand seals, Sasuke prepared a jutsu. Kakashi was again surprised. There's no way he knows that technique. A Genin shouldn't have the chakra for such an advanced technique. Sasuke ended his seals and took a deep breath. I guess I was wrong. Why am I underestimating these kids? Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke said and blew a large fireball at Kakashi. As his attack died down and the smoke cleared, he saw that Kakashi was not there. Sasuke tried to look for him quickly. Where is he? Is he to my right? To the left? He thought until he felt something grab his leg. Shit, was Sasuke's last thought before he was sucked into the ground. He was buried up to his head and was glaring at a smiling Kakashi. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Inner Decapitation Technique. Kakashi said, "You're right about one thing. You are different from the others, but you can't do this alone." Naruto. Kakashi dodged the 3 shuriken that were flying at him. He turned to face 3 Narutos coming out of the bushes. I was wondering when you would try again. He dodged the first Naruto and had to block the second Naruto's kick. In the corner of his eye, he saw 2 Naruto clones digging Sasuke from the ground. Kakashi smirked and destroyed the 2 clones and charged at the real Naruto. Naruto stopped the 2 clones from helping and ordered the 2 clones to attack. They charged and Naruto had the biggest grin Kakashi had seen. This can't be good, thought the Kappinin, and he was right. What he saw made his eye go wide. The Naruto clones had 5 exploding tags inside their jacket. Each. The 2 clones smiled, and then the clones went boom. Naruto used the cover of the dust cloud and got the Uchiha to safety. Kakashi coughed and dusted himself off. Maybe he should check if Naruto isn't whacked in the head. Sure, it was a very creative tactic, but when he said to come at him with the intention to kill, he didn't expect him to take him seriously. He looked at the damage caused and was glad that he took the clone's grins as a warning. Remind me to kill Anko after this test is over. Yes, Naruto was exposed to her way too long. I don't know what is worse. This or Naruto in green spandex yelling about the power of youth. Kakashi said to himself. Just thinking about that prank Naruto pulled on him gave him the creeps. And he got Guy in on it too. Kakashi had nightmares for a week. Naruto sat with Sasuke and Sakura, who woke up just moments ago. Sasuke was not happy about being rescued by Naruto, not one bit. I don't have time to talk dope. I have to get those bells. He said. Damn it, team. I'll try to tell you something important. Why don't you think I saved your ass back there? Naruto yelled. Don't yell at Sasuke-kun, Naruto. Sakura shouted. Shut up and listen, both of you. The bells are not the test. They're a distraction. What? The both asked. Think about it. He's a Jounin and we're Genins. He's way out of our league. There is no way we could get those bells. Maybe for you, Dobe, but I will get a bell. Sasuke said. Will you forget about the bell? Kakashi wants something else from us, and I think we should figure it out before we face him again. Naruto explained. What do you mean? Sakura asked. I thought back to what he said yesterday. Out of 27 graduates, only 9 would become Genins. Isn't that kind of strange? Sakura was actually beginning to think about. Sasuke was getting more and more pissed. We're standing here doing nothing, and it's almost noon. I'm not staying here any longer. I'm going to get those bells, and if you stand in my way, I'll beat you down. Naruto felt like beating the shit out of the bastard, but he needed to stay calm. Let's say that you're right, Naruto. Even if we work together, we still won't get the bells. Sakura said. Work together? Wait a minute. If only 9 become Genin, that would mean that there would only be 3 teams. Since we're all broken up into teams of 3. That's it. That's the meaning behind this test. I finally figured it out. This isn't a test of skill. It's a test of... He was cut off by the alarm. Suddenly, Naruto was hoisted into the air by Kakashi. He looked at the one-eyed Jounin. Did you really have to blow me up? He asked. Yup, Naruto replied. Kakashi looked at his team and sighed. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at Sakura's situation. She glared at the blonde and tried to break out of the ropes that held her to one of the stumps. Kakashi got the attention of the team. I have some good news and some bad news, Kakashi said. All three perked up. Good news is that Naruto will be the one who goes back to the academy. What? He roared. The other two smirked at the blonde. How is that a good thing? You'll get a better team next year. He faced the other two. You two will be bumped from the program permanently. That's the bad news, he said. Sasuke, not liking that decision, charged forward only to be placed on the ground with Kakashi stepping on his head. Hey, you can't step on Sasuke like that, shouted Sakura. You two are just a bunch of brats. Did you even ask yourself why you're put into teams of 3 or why only 9 would actually become Genins? Sakura looked confused and Kakashi sighed. The point of the exam was teamwork, Naruto said. Teamwork? So what were the bells for? Sakura asked. They were meant to divide you. This test was to see how well you work as a team. Even if you didn't get the bells, you would have passed if you worked together, Kakashi explained. That's why Naruto is getting a second shot and someone else to deal with his crazy ideas. Naruto just grinned. Wait, why is only Naruto getting a second shot? Sasuke asked. You each have your weakness. Sasuke, you think that the others will only slow you down. Sakura, you're only concerned with Sasuke and didn't even think of helping Naruto. Naruto, you feel that you need to take on everything by yourself, but unlike you two, Naruto was willing to help you both. He took Sakura to safety and helped you escape. He also shared information even though he didn't have to. Naruto has a grasp of how to work in a team while you two can't free yourselves from your own selfishness, Kakashi explained. The other two looked at Naruto, who just shrugged. Kakashi went on to explain the spot that they were at. The memorial stone that held the names of those that were killed in action. He then told them that those who abandoned their team are trash. Everyone got depressed, so Kakashi decided to raise their spirits. Okay, I'm going to give you one more chance. Sasuke and Naruto, you two can eat the lunches, but don't feed Sakura. You've got 10 minutes. Remember, my word is law, he said and disappeared. The two sat and began to eat, and soon after that they heard Sakura's stomach grumble. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who ignored the sound completely, and went over to Sakura. What are you doing, Naruto, trying to get us to fail? Shouted Sakura. Here, eat this. You'll need your strength if we're going to pass. Besides, I'm the only one who ate breakfast and got enough sleep today. Sakura started to eat when Kakashi appeared, storm clouds, lightning, and fire burning in the eyes. I thought that I've forbidden you to feed her, bellowed Kakashi. And us to fail again. Bose, she's too weak to move. Thanks but no thanks, was Naruto's reply. You all. The three Genin braced themselves for the inevitable. Pass. Hugh? I always got some idiots that did everything that I said and let their teammates starve, so I had to fail them. You're the first ones to pass. Naruto grinned. Sakura cheered. Sasuke smirked, thinking that they passed because Kakashi didn't want to fail him. All right, now that we're a team, we'll be meeting at the bridge at 9:00 from now on. And with that, Kakashi poofed away. At the Hokage's office, the Sandaime and the rest of the Jounin senseis gathered to report on the performance of their teams. After the senseis of the teams that failed gave their reports, came the turn of the rest. Team 8, consisting of Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hiata, and Inuzuka Kiba, passed, said Kurenai. Team 10, consisting of Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chuji, and Yamanaka Ino, passed, Asuma reported. Team 7, consisting of Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke, passed, said Kakashi. What? Kakashi actually passed a team, said one Jounin. We're all going to die, added Asuma. Oh, come on, I'm not that bad, whined Kakashi. Chapter 5 of D-Ranks, Demons and Treasure Hunting. The next day began well for Naruto, as he woke up excited that his team was beginning their training. He rolled over in bed and turned towards the clock. 8:40. Plenty of time considering that Kakashi will be late at least an hour. Naruto got out of bed and went to take a shower to wake up entirely. He dried off, got dressed, and walked out of the bathroom into the kitchen for some breakfast. As he was waiting for the ramen to cook, Naruto looked outside to see the sun shining brightly. When the ramen was done, Naruto ate it quickly and went to the team meeting spot at the bridge. Naruto arrived at the bridge nearly half an hour after 9, but the only ones there were Sakura and Sasuke, who sent him an annoyed look. What? It's not like Kakashi-sensei is here yet. The Uchiha prodigy simply ignored Naruto and leaned back to wait for their sensei, doing what he does best, brooding and plotting his brother's demise. Sakura just kept ogling Sasuke, but there were signs that she was slowly getting irritated with her sensei's tardiness. Saying that he had nothing better to do, Naruto sat on the railing and waited for Kakashi to arrive. An hour later, Kakashi strolled over to the bridge only for his eardrums to be shattered by a scream, "You're LAE!" from Sakura. He sighed as he saw a very angry Sakura, who seemed close to bursting with anger, a pissed-off Sasuke, and Naruto, who seemed to be drifting away to sleep. You see, a black cat had crossed my path and I had to go around the longer path," said Kakashi in an attempt to quell Sakura's anger. Unfortunately, this got Sakura even angrier. She screamed again, "Liar!" Kakashi grinned when he saw both Naruto and Sasuke covering their ears and glaring at him. "I took the liberty of picking up our first D-rank missions. Usually such missions are a little boring, so I picked one of the more exciting ones." Kakashi looked at his students, who were eagerly awaiting the mission specifics. "Oh, this is going to be good," thought Kakashi. "I can't wait to see the looks on their faces when I tell them." Our mission for today will be THR3. Genin were on their toes by now, and as all things that go up, capturing the Fire Lord's wife's cat Tora. They came crashing down. Priceless. Team 7 just stood there frozen for good 5 minutes before Kakashi heard their response. "What? You heard me, let's go." And with that they set out to find the scourge of all D ranks, the beast that drove many Genin insane, Tora. When Kakashi said that D-rank missions were boring, he wasn't kidding. Naruto was contemplating ritual suicide if only it would rid him of this boredom. For 1 whole month, Team 7 did nothing but D-rank missions to help build up teamwork. They were nothing more than chores. Naruto didn't like these missions, but kept quiet and threw in an occasional complaint or two. Sakura liked most of them, but walking dogs or babysitting was too much for her, and she would snap like a twig any day now. Sasuke was annoyed as hell. "This is stupid. I should be working to get stronger, not wasting my time doing pointless chores." Today, Team 7 was in the middle of their mission that became a constant in their early ninja career, Tora. The members of Team 7 moved into the area the cat demon chose as his hideout this time. They quickly hid behind the trees and procced to flank their prey. Each of them had a headset on, awaiting orders from Kakashi. Team 7 reports status on target. Kakashi asked. "Fox here, target sighted," was Naruto's voice. Avenger reporting, "I have visual," was Sasuke's voice. Blossom here, I'm his position to intercept. Guess who this was? "How far is the target?" "About 5 meters, sir," Sakura replied. "All right, everyone, move in." Team 7 moved in quickly. Naruto chased out the cat, and Sasuke directed Tora towards Sakura. From there, it was easy since Tora liked Sakura and always jumped into her arms. They developed this strategy after Naruto and Sasuke almost got shredded by the little hellion. "Cat, Tora captured," Sasuke reported. "Mission completed. Come on back," Kakashi said. The next month passed by just as fast as the first one. After the 5th month, Kakashi decided that after completing 24 D-rank missions, which in itself is a miracle due to the Copynin's constant lateness, Team 7 will focus purely on training their skills as ninja. Kakashi started them off with chakra control exercises, the first one being tree walking. Since Naruto knew it already, he and Kakashi took a page out of Suma and Shikamaru's book and played shogi to work on strategy. Sakura finished the exercise quite fast, and Kakashi was going to have her work on something else. But then Naruto pointed out that Sakura was able to complete 3 walking because she had very small chakra reserves. After saying Naruto's point, Kakashi had her running up and down the tree until she dropped. To measure the progress, they used the amount of clones Sakura could do. Before tree walking, she could only make 6, so Kakashi told her that she can stop practicing when she could make 30. Sasuke finished tree walking in 5 days. The rest of the month was used for taijutsu training, endurance and stamina exercises, and individual training. While the two biggest problems were occupied with their training, Naruto and Kakashi discussed the situation of Team 7. So Naruto, normally I wouldn't do such a thing, but since I know you for some time due to our previous training, care to give me your opinion about our team? I need a second opinion, because I have some ideas as to what to work on in order to improve the team's performance. You want my opinion on those two since you know me well enough, and mostly what I know since you talked with Yamato and Guy, and know Anko's habit of teaching me a few nasty tricks and improving what I knew. That sums things up nicely, so got any suggestions? Let's see, Sasuke. I admit that he is a good fighter, but that "I'm better than all of you and you're all beneath me" attitude of his the biggest problem. If you ask me, he needs to have the shit beat out of him to make him realize that he can't do much alone and that his arrogance and underestimating of others will get him killed before he even gets a chance to face his brother. Unfortunately, if I were to fight him and beat him, his arrogance would make him delusional and the whole "how did the dope get this power? I have to get stronger if I want to kill Itachi" thing will surus and make things worse than they are now. He thinks that just because he's an Uchiha he is powerful, and when someone, who he believes is beneath him, defeats him, he gets angry and starts to act like a spoilt brat, takes his toys, and leaves the sandbox pissed at the world. He needs to learn, and fast, that he can't use his clan's position and fame to justify his own actions and attitude. And the council and villagers only make things worse by feeding that ego of his. Naruto explained. That's an interesting point of view you have, but I really can't argue with the arguments you make, was Kakashi's response. Sad but true. Now with Sakura, you've got your work cut out for you. Aside from the fact that she is weak and despite her overall book smarts, she is an airhead whenever Sasuke is in the area, I don't know what to say. She is a fangirl of the highest level that loses any and all intelligence she may have when she sees Sasuke nearby. She follows him like a lost puppy, is concerned more about her looks than other things, neglects her training, and doesn't even do the bare minimum. That and she is overly violent. Must be some childhood thing or something that's causing it. I hate to say it, but with Peppol like her around, it's no surprise that the opinion of Kunoichi is so low. If Anko sees the way she acts, she might feed her to her snakes. That's harsh, but I have to agree that her commitment to the team needs a drastic improvement. Otherwise, she will be a hindrance. You know, we could use her obsession with Sasuke to make her train more. Say that he only likes strong girls, ones that could help rebuild his clan. What do you think? Bait her with a treat. That could work, but I think that is a bad idea. It will only further her obsession and make things worse in the long run, though you know that too. That's why you asked me. There is a second option in the stick and carrot method. We use the stick on her. If she wants to be on our team, she has to work for it. As the team sensei, you have authority to make requests concerning team members and transfers. Well, that's bad. We threaten Sakura, say that she'll be kicked of the team if she doesn't show improvement. I like that, it's so devious. The prankster in you is still very much alive. This is going to be good. You never grow out of pranking, you just incorporate it into other activities. It's either that or have her wear Guy's spandex suit. Just make sure to bring a camera, we want a souvenir of that day. Just imagine the look on her face. Then it's settled, I'll go with the stick option. I'm glad that I got a second opinion on the matter. I actually got more than just a confirmation of my suspicions. Thanks, Naruto. If you want to thank me, then do it properly, over ramen. The next day, Kakashi took Sakura off to the side for a chat while the boys were sparing. What did you want to talk to me about, sensei? Sakura, why did you become a ninja? Before she could reply, Kakashi continued. Was it because of Sasuke? Because other girls did the same and you followed the group? No, You don't even know? Then let me tell you something. Naruto and Sasuke are strong. They work hard to be stronger to be able to accomplish their goals. Though Sasuke's will only get him killed if he doesn't rethink his behavior. You, on the other hand, are weak. Not because you are a girl. I know that I can't expect the same things from you as I do for the boys, because they are a different type fighters than you. You are a Jinjutsu type, due to your high chakra control. But like everyone, you need to build up your chakra reserves and stamina. Right now, you are not doing even the minimum of things expected from you. You don't train enough. Instead, you either spend time going after Sasuke, who doesn't like you like that. Your attitude toward the team is destructive, and that needs to change. There will be times that you will be forced to fend for yourself, and there won't be Naruto or Sasuke, or even me to help you out. We will be too busy fighting to worry about you. Right now, I can either request that you be removed from Team 7 or give you a chance. Only one. No, don't kick me out of the team. Why? Because you won't be able to go after Sasuke anymore. If you want to stay on the team, you will have to train really hard. And no more chasing after Sasuke, since it detracts you too much. That's one of the biggest reasons why you're not strong enough, why you scored slightly below average in physical skills. I'll leave you to think about it, and I'll plan your training. After the big talk with Kakashi, Sakura finally got down to some serious training. Even though he seemed a bit heartless, Kakashi wrote out a series of training exercises for Sakura that would start off with light stuff. That was still a considerable effort on her part, gradually advancing to more demanding training. At the beginning of the third month, she could be considered a decent kunoichi. Though Sakura wasn't as strong as she could have been if she trained properly from the beginning, she was still good enough thanks to Kakashi's crash course training. Her taijutsu improved quite well, and now she could beat some of the boys that graduated from the academy with her, but were too strong for her previously. Since Sakura was keeping her end of the bargain and trained hard, giving Sasuke breathing space, for which the Uchiha was glad though hell never admitted to anyone, Kakashi decided to teach her some of the lower-level genjutsu he knew as well as some defensive jutsu. However, she had yet to master them entirely. Naruto and Sasuke were progressing nicely when it came to their skills, though Kakashi had yet to get through to the young Uchiha about his attitude problem, and even were close to mastering some of the D and C rank jutsu that he had shown them. What surprised him most was the fact that Naruto decided to learn Kenjutsu and seemed to have some talent in the area, but it will take time for him to be really effective with a blade. Now Kakashi was certain that his Genin team could handle a C-rank mission, so he decided to request one after they complete 2 more D ranks the next time they're at the Hokage Tower. As he turned a page in his beloved book, Team 7 reported that the mission to repair and paint a fence was finally finished. Okay team, that's it for today. Tomorrow we'll meet at the tower for our first C-rank mission, so prepare your tools for a quick packing tomorrow, since we don't know what mission will be assigned, and get some rest. With that, Team 7 went their separate ways home. The next day, they all met up at the entrance to the Hokage Tower, and as usual, Kakashi was nowhere in sight. Where the hell is he? I can understand being late for stupid D-rank missions, but being late for our first C-rank is unforgivable, yelled a clearly pissed off Naruto. Yeah, you'd think he would show up on time at least once in a lifetime, added Sakura. Just then Kakashi exited the tower, shoking his Genin team. Oh, you're here already. Come on, we have to pick up the mission. Too stunned that Kakashi showed up before them, Team 7 just followed him into the building. When they snapped out of it, they were at the doorway to the briefing room. When they entered, they saw Irika and the Sandame along with some other pepholes sitting at the large desk. Team 7 reporting FOT, a C-rank mission, Hokage-sama. Kakashi, good to see your team here. It has been a little over a month now, wasn't it? Hi. You haven't been here the last 2 days when we did some D ranks for a warm-up for today's mission. I take it your team is ready for that kind of missions? Hi. They made excellent progress and are more than capable of completing those kinds of missions. Good. I have something right up your alley. We have had some trouble in Wave Country recently. Our informants told us that Gato, the multi-billionaire and shipping magnate, had been oppressing that country and using it as a base for his illegal activities. I have already made preparations to send a team of Chunin and Jounin to dispose of him and his men. Your mission will be to escort the bridge builder Tazuna back to Wave and protect the bridge he is building, as well as take care of any bandits and mercenaries that survive the other team's assault. Do you understand? And here I thought we'd get some ordinary caravan escort or something. We'll take care of it, Hokage-sama. Good luck and don't overdo it, Kakashi. Hi. Please send Tazuna in. When Team 7 turned to the door, they saw an old man who was clearly drunk. What? Those brats are supposed to guard me. That's right. They will be enough for the mission. And as for Gato, he will be taken care of by another team. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, Tazuna-san, do you think that we don't know what's going on? When you arrived, it only confirmed our beliefs. Wave Country will pay for those missions after you get back on your feet. or if enough will be recovered from Gato's base. After all, Wave does have some of the finest oysters and shellfish that are a valued commodity in other countries. That and Wave's non-existent defenses allowed Gato to take over so easily. Once your homeland is well again, we hope that more missions will be available for our ninja to complete. Tazuna was stunned. They have known all along and sent Ninja to take care of Wave's oppressor and even allowed for the payment to be made when the economy gets better. The only thing that Tazuna was able to say was, "Thank you." With that done, Kakashi gave his team an hour to prepare and meet up at the village gates. When everyone was ready, they set out to their destination. The trip was pretty much uneventful. Kakashi had expected that at least some ninja will be sent to kill Tazuna so that Gato could keep his chokehold on the small country, but there wasn't even a Jinnin in sight that could be considered a hired ninja. Team 7 reached Wave safely and even managed to catch a glimpse of the bridge. On their way to Tazuna's house, they were intercepted by two Peppol clearly wounded and tired from a recent fight. Team stay back and guard Tazuna-san while I investigate. After saying that, Kakashi went over to the two figures. When he got closer, he recognized one of them as an entry in the bingo book. Momochi Zabuza, missing Nin from Kirigakure, and one of the members of Kiri's 7 shinobi swordsmen. Fancy meeting you here. Copy Nin. Kakashi, what brings you here to these parts of the world? Oh, you know, the usual. Escort here, assassinate there, was Kakashi's lazy response. So what happened to you? You're no slouch when it comes to fighting, so whoever it was has to be good. I wouldn't want to have my Jinnin team running into them by some chance. I am responsible for their safety after all. That piece of shit Gato hired me to kill some old fool. Unfortunately, he had a big mouth, and I overheard him telling one of his men to kill me when I'm done so he wouldn't have to pay me. That pissed me off real good. So I decided to take him out before he made his move, and then take some loot that wolf cover my payment and a bonus for breaking our agreement. Well, I managed to kill him, but before we could take all of our payment, his thugs stormed the place, and we had to fight our way out. We managed to cut many down, but I never expected the shitstain to have so many of them. They may be weaklings, but even they can be dangerous when in large numbers. I even lost the Demon Brothers because some of those goons were academy dropouts that at least had some shinobi training. I see. Well, I'll let you know that you just saved us and another team a lot of trouble. They had orders to eliminate the Gato, and if he didn't open his yap, then we would be fighting now since I'm assigned to protect the man you were hired to kill. You don't say? Well, then I'd probably lose the Demon Brothers either way. But now there is no reason for me to fight you, said Zabuza. Unfortunately, I'll have to kill you since you're a nuke Nin. I don't think that will be necessary, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be guarding Tazuna. Kage Bunshin, and as for them, we could ask them to join us. You don't understand, Naruto. He is wanted for instigating a coup d'etat in Kirigakure, an attempted assassination of the Mizukichi. We can't let them live. The Mizukichi is a piece of shit that took over Kiri with his men after the previous Kage died. That tyrant is responsible for many deaths and most of all the slaughter of bloodline clans in Mizu no Kuni. You would probably do the same if our roles were reversed. I hate to say it, but he is right, sensei. I'd probably do something to stop such things if they were happening in Fire Country. You can't blame him for wanting to stop such things even if his methods were very flawed. After all, Kiri is very different from Konoha. You bring up some good arguments as always, but I'll have to inform the Heikage about things that happened. If he says that we could invite them to join our ranks, then they can come with us. But if they won't get a permission, then we go our separate ways. Thanks, Kakashi. I do have some doubts about joining you tree huggers, but it is getting tiring to have to keep a lookout for Hunter Nin. Haku here isn't exactly a heartless killer I wanted him to be, and he is probably the last person alive with his bloodline. That could prove useful in convincing the council members to let you join. You are technically his guardian, and as such might be allowed to join on those grounds. Kakashi added. That, and he could be considered his adoptive father. We could always have Zabuza undergo a change of identity and looks, and have him be his own brother, or something like that just to shut up the council and throw off any spies working for Kiri that may be in Konoha. Naruto clone suggested. You have one devious student there, Kakashi. I like the way he thinks. I am the master of silent killing and a really damn good fighter, so I don't give a damn if I'll have your ENBU trailing me for a year if I join you guys. While Thazin it's settled, I'll send Pakin with a message to the Hokage, and we'll see how it turns out," Kakashi said, and took out his book. When Zabuza saw this, his eyes went wide. "Is that Ika Ika Paradise Volume 15? How the hell did you get it? This is a limited edition too. Who did you kill to get one?" "Oh, that Jiraiya-sama, the Hokage student, is the author, so Konoha gets his books first in line. If you want, I have Volume 14 with me as well. If I get to join your village, then I'm definitely staying there. Only a complete lunatic would turn nuke Neen on a village that gets those books first and is the home of the book's author. I can't wait to meet the guy. He's a hero of all men," Zabuza exclaimed. "That, and he's my godfather. Don't ask how, he just is. The old man told me that he and my father were close friends and that I got named after the main character from his book," Naruto added. "Really, which volume?" both Kakashi and Zabuza asked. "Not that book, you perverts. His first book that didn't sell too well. My parents liked it, and that's how I got my name. Later, Jiraiya decided to sex it up a bit, and that's how you got your Ika Ika books. Sheesh, I met the guy once when I was 6, and he came to the village to give his report to the old man." After that revelation, Naruto got two new best friends, Kakashi and Zabuza. After all, who wouldn't want to be friends with the guy whose godfather gave you a proposition you can't refuse? For those that don't get it, we're taking about an Ika Ika kind of proposal. It took Zabuza 4 days to get back on his feet, and Pakin returned with a letter from the Hokage stating that Zabuza and Haku will be able to join up the ranks of Konoha. However, the Sandaime stipulated that Zabuza will have to undergo an alteration of appearance so that he could get a new identity, since too many council members wouldn't let him become a Konoha shinobi. Since both his and Haku's knowledge of the Nuke-Nin society and Kirigakure techniques, combined with Haku's bloodline, were too valuable for the village to pass up, the Sandaime would dispatch an AMBU squad and some of his best and most trusted medics to create a new identity for Zabuza and bring him into Konoha, to officially sign him up into the ninja force as Momochi Izuma, adopted brother of Momochi Zabuza and legal guardian of Momochi Haku. Since the day that Pakin returned, not much happened. Team 7 was training as usual and guarding Tazuna just in case some of Gado's men came by. In fact, 3 days after they received the letter, a group of about 30 bandits that worked for Gado came in search of loot one more time for old time's sake. Needless to say, they were beaten quickly by Naruto, Sasuke, and Haku, while Sakura was guarding Tazuna's home, and Kakashi, along with Izuma, just sat back and enjoyed the show. After that, they returned to their perverted books. The bandits got the beating of a lifetime and were used as cheap labor for the construction works at Tazuna's bridge. The day after the skirmish, the team sent by the Hokage arrived and got down to making a new life for Zabuza. All in all, they spent 3 weeks in Wave Country. In that time, Tazuna's snot-nosed grandson, Inari, somehow managed to piss off Naruto so much that the blonde took the kid by the collar and dragged him outside, where he straightened the brat's attitude by yelling at the kid's stupidity and telling him about his life, though not all of it, and that his father must be ashamed to have such a crybaby for a son, since he died for what he believed in, and Inari just sat on his ass and kept crying, doing nothing. With Inari's unbearable attitude out of the way, Naruto and Haku got a bit closer as friends and even went to check out Gado's hideout. Surprisingly, there was still some things left, though most were taken by the team sent to eliminate Gado. There was enough money to cover the expenses and to finance the reconstruction of Wave's economy. Even still, Naruto and Haku were able to find some nice things. Naruto managed to find several thousand ryo hidden in one wall when he slipped and fell through it. His amazing luck in gambling helped him find a hidden chamber that nobody had been able to find. "Are you all right, Naruto-kun?" "Yeah, just hit my head a bit." It would seem that Gado-san had one more hidden chamber to store his wealth, said Haku. "Talk about paranoia. You did say that he was very careful when it came to security, but this takes the cake." "I have to agree. Gado was even more distrustful of Pephole than I imagined." "Well then, let's explore this room, shall we?" Naruto proposed. As they entered the small room, they could see that the hidden room contained money, scrolls, books, and some weapons in it. "I think we should gather this stuff and bring it to the others. Then again, Wave and Konoha got most of the fortune Gado had in this base, so anything we find now is free game now." Naruto mused. "Since we're here, we can split things even. What do you think?" Zabuza-sama and I already took our share from Gato when we killed him, and you did say you're an orphan. You will need this more than me. Okay. Okay, then I'll take most of it, and you'll take only some of the money we find. Now help me check those scrolls and books. As they looked over them, the boys were astonished. It looked like Gato wanted to conquer Wave Country and then establish his own little private ninja force. Many of the scrolls they found there contained jutsu ranging from D rank to B rank, and even a handful of A ranks. While the books were all mostly useless, save a few that contained some things about medicine and poisons, as well as battle tactics. It was a good thing that Naruto had his storage scrolls with him at all times, so putting the scrolls, some jewels, and money into bags, and sealing them in storage scrolls was a piece of cake. The same could be said for the useful books and some of the better weapons. Naruto decided to take with him the 2 katana and kodachi that were in the display case, as well as a pair of tanto for Anko, while Haku took a wakizashi for himself. After clearing the room of any useful stuff, Naruto and Haku explored the rest of the complex. The place, though mostly cleared out, still had some nice things intact. However, most was just junk. The only things that Naruto found of any interest were some furniture that he could really use at his place, and some kimono that no doubt Gato had for the women that were sex slaves for him and some of his guests. It would be a shame if they got destroyed, since such high-quality silk and desai were expensive. Maybe Ayam-chan or Anko would like one. Since there was nothing left, Naruto and Haku decided to head for a clearing near Tazuna's house for some light sparring and head for dinner. 2 weeks had passed since the special team arrived and Zabuza was cleared for travel. He still had to wear a mask since there were still visible signs of the procedure he underwent to become Azuma. The false papers from the Sandame will help them safely enter Konoha and get signed up as Leaf Nin. When the time to leave Wave came, there was a celebration, the grand opening of the Great Konoha Bridge. After saying their goodbyes, Team 7+2 returned to Konoha, and since they had no Tazuna to slow them down, they got there in 2 days. They approached the gates and reported to the Chunin on guard duty, and when the formalities were out of the way, they headed for the tower to give their report to the Hokage. The whole report took some time, and it was 6 in the evening when they finished. By order of the Sandame, Momochi Haku and Momochi Azuma were enlisted as shinobi of Konoha and put on a 4-month probation period, meaning that they will be observed by ANBU and won't be able to access some of the areas in the village. Azuma will be training with an ANBU squad to incorporate some of his techniques into their system, while Haku was made Chunin and allowed to learn more medical jutsu since. Even if Konoha has the finest medics, there is a limited number of them, and anyone made Aknin in their ranks, more the better. Team 7 spent the next months doing an occasional D-rank mission and 3 more C-rank missions. Those, however, were just a simple caravan escort to T Country, protecting a wedding ceremony, due to fears that another man had competed for the bride's hand in marriage, but was suspected of some illegal activities. That ended up in a small-scale battle with some hired goons sent to abduct the young woman and kill the groom. The last C-rank was just rescuing Sejumi-sama's cat Tora, along with the pets of her freeds that came to visit. That was it. Tora being up to a C-rank, even if it wasn't alone, was just crazy. They had to retrieve 12 cats and dogs for some idiotic nobles. Aside from weird C-ranks training and relaxing, there were a few things that made Naruto's day. One was when he gave Ayam-chan one of those fancy kimonos he got from Gato, and since Anko came by to hear some stuff from Naruto about the missions he had, and they started serving dango at Ichiraki's too, because Tucci noticed that Akno eats as much dango as Naruto eats ramen. She got the pair of tanto and a kimono as well. Needless to say, Naruto ended up going to heaven because of the amount of kisses and hugs the girls gave him, and dirty proposals he got from Anko made him pass out from teenage hormone overdose with a smile on his face. He gave Yamato one of the wakizashi and a book on torture and some equipment to Ibiki, saying that torture is good and all, but the scariest thing there is, aside from guys' displays of youth, would be an Ibiki giving a very detailed lecture on torture to the guy he was about to question and using he poor fool as a demonstration dummy to boot. Let's just say that the happy maniacal grin that Ibiki gave him scared Naruto shitless. And so nearly half a year passed since graduation and the Chunin exams were approaching. Naruto knew that Kakashi might enter them because of their skill, so he was excited at the prospect of entering. Chapter 6. Chunin Exams. Here I come. It was business as usual in the village of Konoha, and the only noticeable difference would be the increased percentage of foreigners within the village walls. The whole town activity was in overdrive. Merchants and hotel owners were making money, and lots of it, while ANBU and security forces were cursing their luck that the Chunin exams were being hosted in Konoha this time. Team 7 could be seen in a very familiar picture, waiting for their tardy sensei. Sasuke was still a brooding bastard that had hordes of fangirls but didn't give a damn about anyone and hadn't given up on his vendetta. Sakura stood on the other side of the bridge, reading a scroll with some basic medical jutsu that healed small wounds that usually get inflicted by shuriken. She started on that topic a month ago when Sasuke got injured in a sparring accident with Naruto. They were allowed to use weapons, and when Sasuke tried a new tactic he devised, though it was inspired by both Itachi and Naruto's styles, he managed to surprise the blonde slightly and was confident that his battle plan would allow him to get inside Naruto's defense and place a kunai at his foe's throat. However, the blonde Jinchuruki had always been good at thinking on his feet and managed to bend over and flip into the air enough to dodge the Uchihasa fence while throwing a shuriken. Things went wrong at that part since the shuriken, aimed at Sasuke's chest, was supposed to force the Uchiha to roll to the left, but Sasuke was too stunned at the near-impossible move to react in time and used his hand as a shield. Kakashi ended the spar and sent the boy to have a medic look at his wound, which thankfully was shallow. For the first time in months, the fangirl side of Sakura's personality returned and lashed out at Naruto for hurting her pretty boy. After the pounding he received, the blonde demon container could only groan that there weren't any medic nin around when he needed one. That sparked an idea behind the billboard of a forehead, and Sakura went to ask Kakashi if he thought she would make a good medic nin. The Cyclopean sensei had to admit that having a trained medic on a team was a good thing, and though it brought some old memories of his fallen teammates, he encouraged the girl to learn this along her jinjutsu and supportive ninjutsu, since her chakra reserves, though much bigger than before, weren't as large as the other members of Team 7. Naruto wasn't really present on the bridge and sent a shadow clone in his place. While he and Haku were working on some of those jutsu they found at Gato's place, as well as joining up for early morning training before they had to go back to their duties. The worst part of that idea was running into Guy and his mini-me rock Lee one time when they chose the same practice field. After that workout, they were sore all day since the spandex-clad duo set them up with an all-out taijutsu-only spar. One time they caught Hinata spying on them, only because he made too much noise after seeing the two of them together. Since Haku looked very feminine, the Hyuga heiress thought that Naruto was dating that girl she had never seen before. Needless to say, both Naruto and Haku had some laughs, and after they explained everything to Hinata, she laughed a bit too. Since then, she would come by every couple of days to train with them since they agreed to help her out. That had helped her very much, and though she was still shy, she gained much more confidence in her abilities, even going so far as to learn some low-level Swate Unjutsu and practice medical jutsu with Haku. One day when Naruto and Haku were going to get some ramen, they noticed that a square rock was following them. That could only be one person in the entire village. The Hokage's grandson Konohamaru that Naruto had the privilege of knowing. Since he promised that he'd play with them, Naruto couldn't weasel out of it. At that time Sakura showed up, and that led to a disaster since, according to Konohamaru, she and Sud Boss and the kid did the same unknowingly. Sakura chased him down, and they bumped into a team from Sunagakure. That led to Naruto saving the brat from the guy, whose name he learned was Kankuro, and meeting his sister Temari and their teammate Gaara. Gaara instantly set Naruto on edge with the vibes he sent out. The whole thing couldn't be complete without the great Uchiha showing up and demanding answers. When they went their separate ways, Naruto had a hinged shadow clone trail the Suna team to learn more about what to expect them. What he learned confirmed his suspicions as he learned that they were the Kazekage's kids, and that Kankuro used puppets while Temari was a wind user, and that their team was planning something. Unfortunately, there was too little information, so the blonde would have to be very careful near them and keep his ears out for info. At exactly 10:30, Kakashi showed up with one of his usual excuses. "Sorry I'm late, but my door got stuck and I had to repair the lock before I could get here." "I'm not even gonna honor this one with a response," came from Sakura. "Well, I had a meeting with the Hokage and thought you'd like these." Kakashi said as he presented 3 paper sheets. These are applicants for the Chunin selection exams that are going to be held in Konoha this Friday. That's in 3 days, you lazy idiot. And you didn't inform us sooner that you were thinking whether or not to enter us, yelled Naruto. I bet that you were reading that smutty book of yours all the time and totally forgot what time of the year it was. Yes, well, it's not something you can do without thinking about it first. These exams are quite dangerous, you know. So these are the application forms. Why, yes, they are, Sasuke-kun. Just fill these out and be at the academy, room 301 on Friday if you decide to participate. And with that, he poofed out. Well, this is nice. We get to compete against the best genin from other villages and risk being killed in this exam. Oh joy, came a sarcastic response from Naruto. There will be Kling in the exam? Asked a slightly disturbed Sakura. Why, yes, there will be, Sakura-san. These exams are divided into 3 parts, and there is usually a survival part or some other way to cut down the numbers drastically. The only sure thing about the exam is the final part where those that passed all stages fight before an audience. I don't know if I should enter this time. You will have to think about it very hard, because it's your decision to make and only yours. With that, Team 7 went home to think and prepare. It was Friday, and Team 7 could be seen standing in front of the academy waiting to enter. Naruto was dressed in his usual outfit, only instead of his usual black jacket with orange tiger stripes, he wore a black leather coat and some kind of protective vest under his sleeveless shirt/jersey and 2 belts crossed around his waist. Think of Cloud from FF7. AC, only no shoulder guard, Morpheus-style coat, and Squall's belts fro FF8/normally, it's just Cloud with Squall's jacket that has tiger stripes. What the belts were for, Sasuke had no idea. Sakura wore a pink-red top, shorts with a skirt-like cloth round the waist, and boot-style sandals. Post-time skip Sakura's top and boots, but FF7. AC Tifa's bottom. So you guys ready for this? Naruto asked. I'm nervous, but ready, Sakura said. I was born ready, Sasuke boasted. Naruto just snorted and walked into the building. Sasuke soon followed with Sakura right behind them. As they walked through the halls, they noticed many ninjas in the building. Sakura realized that Naruto was paying special attention to each of them, sizing the competition. They continued their way up the stairs. When they got up to the first floor, rooms 100 and so on are on the ground floor, they noticed a small scuffle between a team and 2 older boys. Sakura noticed that the sign that said 301 was under a genjutsu. She nudged Naruto to let him know. Naruto got the message and was about to tell Sasuke when. Drop that genjutsu. You're not fooling anyone. Came from Sasuke. You noticed it first, right, Sakura? Yeah, we're on the first floor, not the second, so the rooms should begin with a 2. She said, a bit dejected. Of course, the easy thing would have been for us to go around these 2 and sneak past, but you just had to show off again and let everyone know you're the great Uchiha, Naruto said sarcastically. Sasuke glared at Naruto. One of the older boys looked interested. So you're the last Uchiha? Well then, let's see how good you are. He threw a kick at Sasuke, and he did the same. Suddenly a green blur appeared and caught both legs. A boy with a bowl cut and huge eyebrows appeared. Nice catch, Lee. What are you for an anchor? Sorry, but couldn't find it in a Longman dictionary. Hello, Naruto-kun. So your sensei nominated your team for the exams too, I see? Yeah, though I know it won't be as easy as it sounds. Very true. I'll be looking forward to seeing you in the later parts of the exams. With that, the teams went separate ways, but Lee had another idea. He went after Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke, my name is Rock Lee, and I challenge you. Oh, come on, Lee, we don't have time for this stuff right now, Naruto said. Don't worry, Dobe. This won't take more than 5 minutes, Sasuke said and got into a fighting stance. Lee did the same. Naruto just sighed and leaned against the wall to get a good view at the ass-kicking. Sakura stood next to Naruto. She watched as Lee and Sasuke engaged in a taijutsu battle. Naruto watched as Sasuke was getting pounded by the spandex-clad genin. Sakura couldn't believe how good this guy was. Lee sent Sasuke to the ground with a spin kick. Sasuke got pissed off and activated his Sharingan. Thinking that he had the advantage, he charged at Lee again, and Sasuke was surprised that Lee was still beating quite badly. Meanwhile, Naruto begun commenting the fight. Well, that's a nice warm-up. Maybe now Sasuke will get that stick out of his ass and start acting like should win on a team. That stupid attitude of his finally got him in a pinch he can't get out of. Naruto explained. What are you talking about, Naruto? If Sasuke wasn't so arrogant and kept underestimating Pepple, he wouldn't be in such a mess right now. He thinks that just because he's an Uchiha, he's better than other Pepple, and everyone should give him what he wants without having to work for it. Naruto ranted. What you see here is a result of his stupidity and overconfidence. Just because he has the Sharingan doesn't mean he can win fights easily. But what is the worst thing about Sasuke is that, because he's so far gone in his beliefs that he's superior to everyone, being beaten by someone he considers beneath him might make him do much more foolish things. Right now, if he doesn't change, he will either get himself killed or he might betray the village if someone offers him power without having to work too hard for it. The sad part is that it's his own fault he's so weak. Like you when you neglected your training, he can't see that his behavior is the reason for his slow growth. He rarely asks for help and works alone. If someone helped him by explaining some things, he would progress much faster. But he has to come to that conclusion alone. If you, me, or anyone else tried to tell him that, he would just think we're trying to hold him back. Oh, but what can we do to help if he's thinking like you say? Absolutely nothing. I was impatient like him only for other reasons, but I was able to listen to what others tried to tell me. I managed to tame my emotions enough to train much better. I learned to be patient. That doesn't mean I don't get frustrated when things go wrong, but I am able to get over it after some time. Sasuke allowed his anger at Itachi get the best of him. He can't see past his brother, and those emotions cloud his judgment. That rule exists for a reason, but is too vague in my opinion. It should say that you have to tame your emotions in a battle and keep a cool head so you won't make so many fatal errors, not to rid yourself of them entirely. That is just as bad as allowing emotions to cloud your judgment in battle. When you're off duty, you can be as emotional as you want since shinobi are still humans and not mindless drones. I think I get what you're saying, but what if Sasuke continues to act like this or he did betray the village? What would happen to him then? If he keeps acting like that, someone will report him to the authorities and he might be stripped of rank. If HR turns traitor, then he will either be captured and imprisoned or killed. Naruto explained. But don't worry, we'll see to it that doesn't happen. You're right, we won't. Just then a sound of pain was heard, and they turned back to see Sasuke in the air, while Lee suddenly appeared behind him preparing some move. Naruto quickly threw a kunai in their direction, forcing Lee to disengage. And not a moment too soon, as Guy shot up and berated Lee for his reckless actions. Naruto walked up to Sasuke and held his hand out. Sasuke scoffed at him, and Naruto sighed. He just shrugged and walked toward the stairs, but before he started going up, he turned to Sasuke. Perhaps now you will take this more seriously, Uchiha. Your Sharingan means nothing in these exams, Naruto said and walked off. When they got to room 301, they were greeted by Kakashi, who had his nose in his book. Well, I'm glad you all decided to participate. Otherwise, I wouldn't allow the rest to enter this room. Good luck on the exams. Team 7 entered the room and could see a horde of Chunin hopefuls leaking killer intent to scare the competition. Their pass was soon interrupted by Ino's skill of Sasuke-kun, which drew attention of other candidates to the Rook 9. Troublesome. Did you have to make all that noise, Ino? Now everyone is looking at us. Hey, so you got signed up for this too, Hugh? Came Kiba's voice. Yeah, Kakashi thinks we can hope to at least make it to the finals if not get promoted, but if we won't make it this time, then we at least get some experience. Naruto said. Will you kiddies quiet down? You're drawing unwanted attention to yourselves. And who might you be? Asked Kiba. Yakushi Kabuto at your service. I thought that I should give you kids some advice, since I remember my first time in these exams. So this isn't your first time taking the tests? Sakura asked. No, it's actually my 7th time in the exams. They really are more difficult than you expect. Troublesome. That's what I was afraid of. This is going to be such a drag. You're just probably weak, that's all, was Sasuke's reaction. This coming from someone who got beaten by last year's dead last. Kaburo got the reaction he wanted. He reeled up the Uchiha. Sometimes you fail early, other times you fail in the fights, or you drop out because you can't go on any longer. You can even get all the way to the finals and still fail because you don't have what it takes to be a Chunin. That's what I gathered as well. If it was easy, the villages wouldn't be as strong as they are. Naruto thought out loud. Tell you what, I like you kids, so I'll give you some vital advice with these info cards of mine. Info cards. Ino asked. What are those? They're special cards that when I pump my chakra into them, they display information depending on what it is I want to see. Take this one for example. Kabuto said. He pulled out a blank card and made several hand signs. He then put his palm down on the back of the card and then flipped it over to reveal a map on the front with various numbers. This particular card shows how many Genin are partaking in the Chunin exams and how many are from each nation. Kabuto answered. Kabuto, can your cards show on each individual applicant? Sasuke asked. Oh, do you have interest in a certain applicant? Kabuto replied. While it is far from complete, I do have cards that have some basic information on the Genin from this year's set of applicants. Rock Lee from Konoha and Sabaku no Gara from Suna. Sasuke said immediately. So you know their names? That no fun. Kabuto remarked. All right now, Kabuto said as he drew 2 cards and put some chakra into them. Let's see what we have here. He picked up the first card and flipped it around. First up is Rock Lee. He is 1 year older than all of you. His teammates are Niji Hyuga and Tenten. His Jonin instructor is Mato Guy. He has completed 26 D-ranked missions and 13 C-ranked. His taijutsu skills are amazing and have improved drastically over this past year. However, he had no other skills worth mentioning. He was a standout among last year's rookies. However, he didn't apply for the Chunin exams until this year, meaning he's a first-timer like the rest of you. He put the card back into the deck and then looked at the other one. Now Sabaka no Gara. It's his first time taking the exam, so I don't know much about him. But he's done 8C rank and 1B rank, and he's always come back without a scratch on him. Other than that, though, I have no ideas what techniques this kid uses. Without a scratch from a B rank? Naruto asked. Even Jounin can't do something like that. Yes. Well, the pep hole here are the best of their villages. After all, why send some weak genin to another village if they'll just fail? There are many candidates from the major villages as well as the smaller ones that are trying to make a name for themselves. Take Odo, for example. It's a new village, so it's still relatively weak compared to others. Then all of a sudden, 3 Odo genin dashed forward and launched an attack at Kabuto. The one with spiky hair attacked high, throwing some kunai. Kabuto barely managed to jump out of the way, coming face to face with the Odo genin with bandages on his face. He dashed forward with his arm extended and took a swing at Kabuto that he managed to duck back to avoid. However, when he returned upright, his glasses suddenly shattered. He managed to dodge that, Choji said, dropping his chip bag on the ground. How did his glasses break? Kabuto looked at his glasses and then suddenly dropped them to the floor. He fell to his knees, shaking violently, and then he began to vomit. Everyone was slightly freaked out by the attack. Naruto walked forward and helped Kabuto to his feet. You all right? Naruto asked as he helped him up. Yeah, Kabuto replied. I'm fine. If this is the competition this year, then you better add this to your cards. The genin from Otoge are going to make Chunin this year. Kabuto dodged that attack clearly. Sasuke thought. So what the hell happened? Kiba, Shino said as he watched the event unfold from a distance. What did that look like to you? That Kabuto guy definitely dodged the attack. Kiba said. So there has to be some trick to it. Something in the attack that made him vomit like that, thought Shino. Just then a large cloud of smoke erupted in the front of the room. As it cleared, a large man appeared in front of a group of Chunin. He was wearing a trench coat, black gloves and black boots, and a headband combined with a bandana tied on his head. His most standout feature were the large scars on his face. All right, you maggots, shut and sit down, he shouted. You 3 from sound. Chill out or you'll be on your asses outside of this building faster than you can blink. My apologies, the bandaged member of the squad said. It's our first exam, and we just got a little carried away. I am Marino Abiki, and I am the first proctor of the Chunin exam. The instructors will give you a number, and that will be your assigned seat. So hurry up and get ready for the written exam, he said. When everyone got seated, Naruto noticed that he was sitting next to Hinata. That's when Abiki spoke up again. I'm going to go over the rules to the first test, and I refuse to repeat myself. These rules are very important, so pay attention because I'm not going to answer any questions. Rules? Sakura thought. It's a written test. What kind of rules do we need to hear for that? Do not turn your papers until I say so. Now let's start. Rule number 1. Each of you starts with 10 points. There are a total of 10 questions on the test, each one worth a point each. For every question you get wrong, you will lose one of these points. Ibiki explained. Next is rule number 2. The written test is still a team event. So in light of this, not only do your scores count, but those of your teammates do too. In other words, all 3 members of your team's points will be linked into one final score. Now, the final rule. If during the exam one of you candidates do anything out of the ordinary, or in other words, leads a proctor into thinking that you're cheating and you get caught, it will cost 2 points from each member on the cheaters team. So then if one Janine thought out loud. That's right, Ibiki replied. There is a good chance that during the exam, most of you will run through the total allotted points. In the event that that occurs, you will be forced to leave. Also, since no team can pass this exam without all 3 members, when one of you fails, the whole team fails. There were various murmurs among the crowd as they looked at the tests before them and the chunin that were scattered about the room. There are 10 questions in the entire test. 9 are on the papers before you. The 10th question will be given 15 minutes before the end of the 1-hour limit. Ibiki said, "You may begin." Immediately, the sound of papers flipping and pencils clacking filled the room. Naruto sighed as he flipped his paper over and looked at it. How he hated written tests. He wasn't an idiot, but there was something about those tests that frustrated him to no end. All right, let's see what we've got here. Naruto thought to himself as he looked over the questions. Naruto paused and his eyes widened as he read the first question. What the fuck? There's no way that a genin can answer this stuff. Naruto looked at the other genin and noticed that some of them were cheating quite pathetically while others were doing a really good job. Those who can't answer the questions alone have to cheat and collect the answers without getting caught. He glanced around a bit more and noticed that the guy across to the left had nearly all the answers. Time to liven things a bit. Naruto thought and discreetly took out some smoke bombs the size of ping pong balls. Then when he saw an opening, he let them drop to the floor and roll to the guy with the answers, behind him and to the sides. He warned Hinata before the bombs blew up, creating a smoke cloud. The bombs created a distraction that Naruto used to make a quick kowarami of his unsigned answer sheet, with the paper of the genin sitting in front of him to the left. When the smoke cleared, there would be one hell of a surprise waiting for the poor sap. What the hell? Yelled the genin. Shut up and sit down, or I'll fail you off the bat, yelled Ibiki. A little more time passed, and the chunin observers started throwing Pepple out. You, number 27, he called. Naruto looked to see a Kirigakure genin looking at the chunin, who called his number. You're out of here, get your stuff and leave. Numbers 17 and 38, you're gone with him. More and more genin were being kicked out for cheating, and finally the time came for the final question. Ibiki stood up and walked to the front of the room. The number of students had been drastically reduced, but for him, that still wasn't enough. He cleared his throat, causing everyone to tense up for a moment. They pretty much figured he was going to give them the last question, so immediately every pencil went down to the final question on the test. What happened instead, though, threw them for a loop. It's time for the final question, Ibiki announced. However, before I give it, there is one final, absolute rule that must be announced first. An absolute rule, Naruto thought. Now what the hell is he trying to pull? First, Ibiki said, you must choose rather or not you accept this question. Choose, Temari shouted from the back of the room. You mean this question is optional? Correct. Know this though. If you choose not to answer the final question, you and your teammates will automatically fail the exams. Ibiki said. What? A genin from Amigakure shouted. What kind of idiot would choose not to answer it? One who knows of the other half of this rule. Ibiki shot back. If you choose to answer the final question and get it wrong, then you and your team will still fail the test. Also, you will be banned from ever taking the chunin exams again, being forced to remain a genin forever. Various whispers were heard among the genin in the room. The choice had basically came down to either you fail and wait almost a full year, or you fail and never get to do it again. Even Shino was slightly more tense than he was before. Suddenly, Hiba slammed his palms on the table in anger, causing all the attention in the room to be focused on him. You gotta be kidding me, he shouted. There are plenty of ninja here that have taken this exam more than once. We know there are. Well, I guess you're just shit out of luck, ain't ya? Ibiki asked with a grin. I wasn't making the rules in the past, but I am now. Either you take the failing grade, leave now and take the exam next time, or you try, fail, and never take it again. It's your choice. Talk about a hopeless situation, Sakura thought. I kind of feel sick right now. Then let's begin, shall we? Those who do not wish to take in the final question raise their hand. Once your number is confirmed, they may leave the room with their teams. Almost immediately several genin began to raise their hands and leave. Naruto couldn't believe that the Ibiki had scared them shitless, even he had his doubts. Like all the others, he was faced with a lose-lose situation. He sat quietly, thinking it over. Soon one by one people started to raise their hands. Then Naruto noticed that Sakura shakily began to raise her hand, not wanting to lose a chance at advancing in rank. Since he had suspicions that Ibiki was trying to pull a fast one on them, Naruto raised his hand. One of the Chunin proctors began to search for his name, only to come to a stop when Naruto suddenly slammed his palm down on the table. Bullshit, he shouted. No way in hell am I about to quit. Just bring it on, because even if I end up a genin for the rest of my life, I'll still be the best shinobi this village has ever seen. I'm not scared of you. Saying as that outburst changed the feelings of the candidates, Ibiki decided to end the test. Congratulations to those of you who are left. You've just completed the first part of the Chunin exams. What? What do you mean we're done? Choji asked in shock. What about the last question? Heh, there is no 10th question, or if you wanted that choice whether to take it was the 10th question. Ibiki replied. So why did we have to suffer through those other 9 questions? Shikamaru asked in a lazy tone. That was such a waste of time. The point of those questions were to test your abilities of spying and gathering information. Ibiki said. Spying? Kankuro asked. Correct. Ibiki answered. Remember the rule I gave you at the beginning? The one saying that you pass or fail as a 3-man team. Using that rule, I pressured you with the fear that anything you did wrong would bring your teammates down with you. The catch was that the questions on the test were beyond the answering level of the basic genin. So most of you came to the same conclusion, that being that the only way to retain all of your answers was in fact to cheat. In other words, you set up the test with the assumption that we would cheat. Sasuke concluded. Exactly, Ibiki replied. To ensure that you would be able to sneak, we snuck 2 Chunin in who knew all the answers to the test. Of course, Kiba shouted. Any idiot could tell, right, Akamaru? The dog barked happily in response. That idiot had no idea, Sasuke thought. Of course, anyone who cheated in an obvious way failed, Ibiki said. He paused as he untied his headband/bandana combo. The genin in the room gasped in horror as they noticed the scars, bruises, and wounds that were all over the top of his head. When you're a Chunin, there will be times when being sloppy and getting caught in an act of espionage could cost you dearly, sometimes in ways that cost more than life itself. He tied the bandana back on and smiled. Just then a shadow neared the window. The glass shattered to pieces as a woman jumped through the window. A banner launched from behind her, which had her name and shinobi rank painted on it. All right, maggots. I'm Mitarashi Anko, and I'm the proctor for the second part of the exams. Everyone who wants to advance to the next part, follow me. Chapter 7, Forest of Death. Anko looked at all the genin that were left after Ibiki's little tea party. 78. Ibiki, are you getting soft on your old age? You left 26 teams. There were more of the smart ones this year. If you want to blame someone, then blame that blonde rat over there in the 3rd row. Ibiki said as he pointed at Naruto. Oh, Naruto, how nice of you to give me an early birthday present. Now I'll have so much fun cutting you kiddies down to a more manageable number. I guarantee that at least half of you won't make it past my part. Anko told them while flashing that sadistic, you're so fucked that you don't even know it grin of hers. Everyone started sweating, and the less resilient ones were close to soiling themselves. Anko started walking out the door and just turned her head. Follow me, ladies. You wouldn't want to drop out now that you survived Scarface's test now, would you? All the teams followed her, and after a 30-minute walk they reached the gates of a very dense and dark woodland area with trees growing to heights unusual even for Konoha. The ones that were visible looked like they belonged on a swamp or marsh, and the branches were twisted into claw-like shapes, giving the impression that they would grab and rip you to shreds. The final touch was made by a beat-up sign hanging on the fence saying, "Danger. Stay out." The mere sight of the place gave many the creeps, and some of the more weak-minded genin were beginning to rethink their decisions. Seeing that the brats were already scared shitless, Anko decided that it was time to start the fun. "All right, maggots. Welcome to the stage for the second test. Training Area 44, also known as the Forest of Death." Anko yelled out with a sinister tone and a good amount of killing intent. "This area is filled with all kinds of poisonous plants, animals, dangerous insects larger than your head, and all kinds of predators that will gladly have you as a light snack." Anko was enjoying herself greatly, but gave a glare to Naruto so he wouldn't ruin her fun. Not wanting to find out how badly she would maim his body, Naruto kept his mouth shut. The second part of the exam will consist of a free-for-all unrestricted fight. All teams will be given one scroll signed either heaven or earth. Your objective is to 1. Have both scrolls, meaning that you need not only to capture another team's scroll, but also protect your own scroll from being stolen by enemy teams. 2. You must reach the tower located in the middle of the area. There will be a 5-day time limit for the test. 5 days, Choji shouted. What are we supposed to do for food? I hear cannibalism works great, though I think that you will be the main course if things get down to it. Anko replied. It wouldn't be a survival test if we held your hand and walked you through it all, would it? The forest is full of berries, fish, wild game, and such that you should be able to use for food. Did I mention there are also ferocious beasts, deadly insects, poisonous snakes, predators of all kind in there to deal with? Anko said with an innocent tone in her voice. I did, didn't I? There's that and the fact that when you all enter, you become each other's enemies. It doesn't matter that you're friends or such. That being said, it's got to be obvious by now that there's no way in hell that all teams pass this part, and I'm willing to bet that even the 13 teams that could pass won't. As time grows shorter, the trials will come harder and faster. The time needed for recovery from injuries and mistakes will become a luxury that is rarely available. You'll also be surrounded by enemies at all times, so you'll have to sleep with one eye open. In addition to those who will die trying to capture a scroll while protecting their own, many of you will probably die due to poison, starvation, dehydration, and exhaustion. Anko paused as she let all that sink in. There were questionable looks on all of the faces of the genin, even the hardballs and Naruto included. Now that you know what attractions are awaiting you, I'll tell you what makes you fail. First, if you're not in the tower by the time the 5 days are over, or if you won't have both scrolls, you fail. Second, if your teammate isn't with you by the end of the test, your team fails. The same goes if your teammate gets killed. Third, if you leave the forest for any reason during the test, you fail. Finally, you can't open the scrolls during the test. If you do, there will be unpleasant consequences to deal with. After Anko finished her speech, she handed out consent forms to the candidates. Consent forms? Kankuro asked as he took one from Anko. What do we need these for? You have to sign these forms so that in the event of your death, I won't be responsible. Once you have them signed, go over to that tent. The 2 Chunin proctors will hand you one of the scrolls. After that, you will be escorted to one of the gates and await the start of the second test. Oh, and a word of advice, don't die. The teams went to separate areas to fill out the forms and devise a plan for the test. I got to hand it to her. That trick with the tent and the scare tactic was a performance of the highest level. Naruto said. What do you mean, Naruto? Asked Sakura. I know her a bit, and I know how she loves messing with people's minds. The tent is meant as a smoke screen, so that we won't know who has what scroll. It's like Ibiki said, gathering information can be a matter of life and death. You know that psycho? Sasuke asked. Yeah, I know her. Bumped into her once and made her drop her dango. Almost cost me my life too. She works with Scarface from the first test in the ANBU torture and interrogation department. She's scary as hell. So what do we do about the scrolls? I say we head for the tower and set an ambush for other teams instead of running aimlessly hoping to find one. I think that we should head for the river and then look for the teams. Everyone will need to go to a river for water. That's true that everyone needs a water source, but all teams have to reach the tower. By setting a trap, there we get to choose who we strike and when. We also get to conserve our energy for a fight. Some will attack at night, when less experienced teams will be sleeping. If we run into a team on our way to the tower, then we have less work to do. Naruto explained. Both plans are good, so let's wait till we're in the forest and pick then. Sakura proposed. I'm in. Achin, me too, they won't last against me. When all the teams returned, they received their scrolls and took positions at their gates. It was nearing noon, and the second stage will begin any minute now. Team 7 stood outside their gate doing the same thing as every other team, waiting. Finally, the bell rang, and the gates were open. Each team ran into the forest of death at full speed, bent on one objective: finding another team, capturing the missing scroll, and reaching the tower at the center of the forest. After traveling a few miles into the forest, Team 7 stopped, listening to the screams coming from some ways away. Sasuke simply smirked. HN, sounds like it started already. Naruto frowned, looking disgruntled for a second, and said, I gotta take a leak, be right back. He left for a nearby cluster of trees, walking behind it to answer nature's call. Good thing I noticed his presence, though I can't say that he's good at concealing his presence. When the Aimnin moved in to take Naruto down, he was surprised to find Naruto turn into smoke. Using the momentary distraction, Naruto dropped down from the tree and knocked the Aimnin out cold. After making sure that his guest was tied up, Naruto proceeded to search the guy for an earth scroll. Sadly, the guy didn't have one on him, meaning that one of his teammates must have it. Since there was nothing keeping him there, Naruto returned to his team. HN, what took you so long, dope? I had a little run-in with a Rainin. Too bad he didn't have an earth scroll with him. We should get going before more people show up. We don't want to be ambushed by someone at a wrong time. Sakura said. Right, let's go. Team 7 traveled slowly for an hour before taking a break to eat, since it was nearly 4 hours from the beginning of the first exam and almost 2 since they entered the forest of death. I don't know about you guys, but I think we should find a password in case we get separated. If it was someone else, someone stronger than that Aimnin and a whole team instead of just one person, things could have turned out differently. HN, I agree. It will help us capture an enemy that may have a scroll we need. But what should we use as a password? Asked Sakura. How about what's my favorite ramen flavor? Naruto suggested. What good will that do, dope? Then all we have to do is say miso ramen, and we're in the clear. Then, now that that's settled, we need to get going. 5 minutes after Team 7 took off in the direction of the tower, a sudden powerful wind blew through the clearing, knocking the group away from each other. When it had all settled down again, Sasuke stood from the bush he and Sakura jumped into. Where's Naruto? I don't know, but that wind had to be a jutsu, so be on guard, Sakura. Whoever sent that jutsu wanted to separate us so he could pick us off one by one. Just then the bushes started moving and from them emerged Naruto. Man, that was some wind. You guys all right? Seeing Naruto, Sakura wanted to say that they were fine, but Sasuke put his hand on her mouth before she could speak. Dobe, what's the password? Sakura quickly realized what was going on and listened carefully. That's easy, miso ramen. Sakura nudged Sasuke to let him know that the answer was wrong, and as soon as she did, Sasuke threw a kunai at the fake Naruto. What the hell, team? Why did you throw that thing at me? We know you're not the real Naruto, so drop the act. Naruto smirked in a way unbecoming of the real Naruto. The look was evil and malevolent, something that didn't belong on Naruto's face. In a puff of smoke, Naruto was replaced by a grass nin with long black hair and a straw hat. The imposter smirked and spoke up. Ku, very impressive, Sasuke-kun. I should have expected something like that from a member Uchiha clan. I'm going to have so much fun. Naruto got up and waited for his head to stop spinning. However, even if a bit dizzy, he noticed a shadow closing in on him and managed to jump away just in time. When he got a good look on his attacker, he cursed his luck. Fuck, just my luck, he thought. Why the hell is it always snakes that want to eat me? Damn, you're one big bastard. he said as he started making hand signs. With a loud hiss, the snake lunged at him, jaws wide open, intent on making him dinner. Naruto finished making the hand signs and called out the name of the jutsu as he slammed his hands on the ground. Doton, pikes of the underworld. Instantly, 3 giant rock spikes shot out of the ground and impaled the snake. Naruto smirked in satisfaction, but it quickly left his face when the snake poofed out of existence. An angry scowl instantly appeared on his face. Damn, I better get back to Sasuke and Sakura. He took off in the direction of his teammates. That was no ordinary snake, but a summon. Either Anko decided to spice things up by sending a few summons, or someone else sent it to take us out. Either way, I got to hurry. Meanwhile, Anko sat outside the forest of death and listened to the terrified screams coming from within. Ah, now that's music for my ears. I wonder who will make it past this part of the test. Just then a cloud of smoke that appeared behind her cut her musings short. The woman turned around to see a chunin with glasses and a hitaye tied on top of his head like a bandana. He looked worried about something. Terrible news, Anko, the chunin replied. This soon? What the hell could the problem? The exam started barely 2 hours ago. We found dead bodies. 3 of them. Dead bodies. Yes, please, it's better if you see for yourself. Come quickly. Anko followed the chunin, and they ended up at a small graveyard located in the outer parts of Konoha. 2 other chunin were already there, examining the dead bodies that Anko was informed about. Here they are, the chunin told her. Anko walked over for a closer look. We went through their personal belongings. They were a team sent here from Kusagakure to take part in the chunin exams. The weird thing about them, though, is that their faces are gone, almost as if they had been melted off. The skin is smooth, like they never even had them to begin with. Anko's eyes widened as the words of the chunin came together in her mind. No, it can't be. What could he possibly be doing here, she thought. She quickly turned back to the chunin. Quick, show me the pictures from their ID cards. The chunin produced them at once and handed them to Anko. She gasped in horror as she saw them. Shit. What is it? The chunin asked in confusion. Just go get Hokage-sama. Tell him about what you found, and that he send A and B you into the forest of death. Anko ordered. I'm going ahead to catch the imposters. The chunin nodded and left to do as he was told. Anko ran into the forest and began jumping from tree to tree. Her heart was racing in fear, anticipation, and anger. I don't know what sort of games you're playing, she thought, but I'll make sure that you won't live past this day. The Kusakunoichi smirked as he looked at Sakura and Sasuke, who activated his Sharingan. Ah, the famed Sharingan, how lovely. What say you that we begin the fun, she said as he pulled out an earth scroll. This is what you need, isn't it? That's what you need to be able to advance further since you possess a heaven scroll. Her long tongue wrapped itself around the scroll as he brought it to his lips. At an agonizingly slow pace, she stuck it down his throat, swallowing it. Grinning evilly, she stared at them, pulling her bottom left eyelid down slightly. Now let's begin the battle for each other's scrolls, with our lives on the line. The Kusanin's eyes bulged a bit, and a paralyzing fear ran through Sakura and Sasuke, and their minds pictured themselves with kunai protruding from their foreheads, blood flying everywhere from their bodies, and all kinds of gruesome deaths. With shaky limbs, Sasuke keeled over, throwing up his lunch. Jinjutsu? No, this is just fear. His killing intent is doing this to us. Who the hell is this guy? The grass-nin chuckled lightly. Ku, you can no longer move, Sasuke-kun. I had hoped that our little meeting would last a little longer, but I guess it's a little too much to expect. I guess I'll have to cut our time together short. With an almost lazy flick of her wrist, she flung 2 kunai at the 2 Jinnin. Damn it, move. Sasuke thought as his hand reached into his kunai holster and stabbed himself lightly in the leg. Using pain to overcome the fear, Sasuke picked Sakura up and dashed for cover, barely dodging the kunai aimed at his head. He stopped behind some trees, panting in exertion and to stabilize his breathing. His little break didn't last long before a giant snake lunging at him interrupted it and smashed the branch he was standing on. Sasuke made some hand signs, and moments later, a Gokaku no Jutsu combined with some well-aimed kunai to the head hit the snake, killing it. With the infernal thing dead, Sasuke leaned back against the tree he was in, sighing in relief. His breath caught when he heard a disturbing noise coming from the snake he had just killed. Sasuke turned his head back towards the humongous reptile, and his eyes widened in horror as the grass Nin rose from the snake's corpse, staring at him. You guys shouldn't relax for even a moment. Prey should always be trying to run away in the presence of a predator like me. Sasuke engaged the Kusa freak in a taijutsu fight, but his opponent was faster and clearly toying with him. When the enemy positioned himself, the Uchiha did some hand seals and fired the Keton, Hozenka no Jutsu, at his target. The Kusanine slid past all of them when he felt something wrap around her torso. Hidden in the fireballs were shuriken tied with wire that Sasuke used to execute the Sharingan Safusha Sanitachi, Sharingan Windmill Triple Blade Tech, in order to tie the enemy to the tree, and proceeded to use the Keton, Ryuka no Jutsu, to fry the Kusa Jinnin. You did it, Sasuke-kun, you beat her, yelled Sakura. They heard a noise coming from the direction of the burnt kunoichi and turned in her direction, only to find to their horror that the Kusanine was still very much alive, and part of her face melted off, revealing a slitted yellow eye and pale skin underneath. That was too much, Sasuke. Sure, he was good and trained hard, but this was clearly no ordinary Jinnin. The young Uchiha took out the Heaven Scroll and put it in front of himself. Here, Sasuke said as he eyed the Kusagakure Kunoichi. If it's this damn scroll you want, then it's all yours. Just take it, leave, and leave us alone. Sasuke, what are you doing? Asked a disturbed Sakura. If we want, give her the scroll, then we're toast. Are you crazy? We need that scroll to pass. Sakura said in disbelief at her teammate's actions. Don't be too hard on Sasuke-kun. I mean, it is only the natural defense of prey to try and distract the predator with tastier bait to save itself from the predator jaws, said the Kusanine. Too bad for you that I'm more interested in you than the scroll. The Kusanine snaked round the branch and headed for Sasuke when a bunch of shuriken embedded themselves in the branch right in the Kusanine's path, effectively stopping his assault for a short while. Sorry I'm late, Sasuke, Sakura, a voice said, but I had a little trouble with the local wildlife's dinner arrangements. Sakura and Sasuke looked towards the source of the voice to see Naruto standing on a branch way above them. Naruto, Sasuke yelled, I know you think you're here to save us, but run away. This one's on a whole other level. The Grassnin chuckled. Looks like you successfully defeated that giant snake, Naruto-kun. Yeah, well, every time I got a snake as a pet they tend to die. Maybe they just don't like me. I told you I'd give you the scroll. Just take it and leave us. Sasuke screamed and threw the scroll to the Kusanine. What? Naruto yelled. Naruto jumped in front of its path, snatching out of the air a few feet from Sasuke. Sasuke rounded on him, yelling in his frustration, Bastard, don't you understand the situation? Naruto punched him, watching as Sasuke landed a few yards away. Sasuke was infuriated. What's this all of a sudden? Naruto's cold whisper was quiet, yet somehow, the entire group assembled could hear it. You're a fake Sasuke, aren't you? You total moron, Sasuke shouted. I'm the real Sasuke. Bullshit, Naruto snapped. There's no way a useless coward like you is the real Sasuke. What guarantee is there that he'll just kill us rather than let us go if we give him the scroll? Naruto-kun, the Grassnin chuckled. You are correct. Since I can just kill you and take the scroll. After all, it's much more fun. He bit his thumb, running it down a tattoo on his arm. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Naruto saw that this guy meant business. He was clearly too powerful to be a Jinnin, more like a Jounin in strength. Deciding that desperate times call for desperate measures, Naruto jumped behind the Grassnin's back and threw a powerful roundhouse kick to the head, interrupting the summoning. The sudden kick to the head sent the snake user flying into a tree several feet away. The only thing that went through the Kusanine's mind before a bone-shattering impact was, how was it possible that the brat was in front of him one moment, and then kicking him from the back the next? Sasuke and Sakura were equally baffled by the sudden disappearance and reappearance of their teammate. Ugh, that was most impressive, Naruto-kun, the man said. What was that wonderful trick you used just now? You'd love to know that, wouldn't you? Naruto said in a tone that could rile up just about anyone. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that I can't tell you. You see, both Ajisen and Anko-chan told me not to talk to strangers, Naruto said innocently. And you seem pretty fucking strange to me. It doesn't matter. After I'm done with you, you'll tell me everything, or I'll just dissect your corpse. The Nin lunged at Naruto, who threw 3 of his special shuriken that looked more like square pieces of metal with a rounded arch cutting into the sides from one corner to the other and had some seals on them. Naruto quickly performed the Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, instantly turning 3 shuriken into 30. The aggressor's eyes widened as he saw a wall of metal blades heading right for him. Just a few more hand seals, and the blonde called out, Shuriken Daibakua, Shuriken Great Explosion, making the metallic blades explode, each with the power of an exploding tag, right in the man's face. The blast sent the man flying into another tree where Naruto jumped as soon as he confirmed his opponent's trajectory and waited for his arrival while preparing a warm welcome courtesy of a Kitan, Karyuenden. Naruto watched as the white-hot flames engulfed their target. Naruto decided to retreat while he still could. He had a nagging suspicion that his opponent outclassed him by a large margin, even more so than Kakashi or Guy. And the only reason he got such good results was because his opponent had underestimated him and was taken by surprise by the blonde's sudden use of an unknown technique. What's worse is the fact that that person could summon snakes like Anko, and she was the student of the treacherous snake Sannin Orochimaru. That left only 2 options for Naruto. Either that person was a Jounin spy trained and sent by Orochimaru, or what's worse, it was the snake Sannin himself. But what could he possibly want with a team of Genin taking part in the Chunin exams, and why his team? He jumped to his team, knocked them unconscious, and took off with them over his shoulder, jumping again further away from their assailant before he got over that attack. Better get out of here before he brings out the big guns, he thought. Right now, getting to safety and completing this part as fast as possible is a priority. Once I find a safe spot to rest, I'll just send some Kage Bunshin to scout for any teams nearby. The whole point of the second test was to cut down the remaining teams from the first exam by as many as possible. Kankuro and Temari both knew this well. It wasn't that hard to get it, seeing as how the examinator lady enjoyed talking about that aspect the most when giving out the rules of this test. The problem, though, was their brother Gaara, who would kill anyone they came across just like that. That meant that whatever opposing team they ran into wouldn't be hanging to either their scroll or their lives for too long. Right now, his victims will no doubt be the 3 AIM ninja who made the grave mistake of trying to steal their scroll. The leader of the Amige Cure ninja turned to Gaara. Just hand us your scroll, and we'll let you all live. Gaara turned his stare back to the Amige Cure team. Kankuro and Temari backed up, recognizing the glare on Gaara's face. It was the one he had before he usually killed someone. It gave the 2 the creeps, mainly because it was the only emotion the boy ever showed. Anyone who crosses me is dead, Gaara said coldly as he stared at the leader of the Amige Cure team. I like the sound of that, the enemy shinobi said. Let's get to it then. The Amige Cure ninja pulled out several umbrellas that he had strapped to his back and launched them all into the air. He smirked as he ran through several hand signs, though Gaara didn't seem to be impressed and simply continued to stand with his arms crossed, watching as the Amige Cure ninja attacked. Te umbrellas seemed to stop in the air as they opened and began spinning, unleashing a barrage of needles, all of which flew downward, heading straight for Gaara. You're completely surrounded, the Amige Cure ninja shouted in satisfaction. There aren't any gaps or blind spots with my Juro Senbon. Just 1,000 needles that will use my chakra to zero in on you like missiles. An easy and effective end. As he finished his statement, the needles crashed down on Gaara, blowing up a dust cloud, causing the attacker to smile as he pictured Gaara's bloody dead corpse. He waited with anticipation for the dust to clear, and when it did, his smile was replaced by a look of horror and disbelief. Gaara stood there unharmed, protected by some kind of sand shield. All the needles stuck out of it like some kind of freaky porcupine. Not even one reached their target. You bore me, Gaara said in a low, menacing voice. I hope you will give me lots of blood. That's impossible, the Amige Cure ninja gasped. All the needles were stopped by that wall of sand. Of course, Kankuro said. Something like that won't work against Gaara. It was your own bad luck and stupidity that you got stuck fighting him. Gaara's sand acts as an impenetrable defense. Only Gaara has ever mastered this. He is able to form the sand into a barrier, as well as manipulate its shape, size, and density. The best part, though, is that he does it without a conscious thought at all. It just happens when he needs it to. In other words, a frontal assault is useless. Kankuro couldn't help but smile as he noticed Gaara suddenly begin to focus on the Amage Cure ninja, and sand began to flow around the attacking Aim, wrapping around his feet, arms, hands, body, and head. Soon, the man was cocooned inside of a giant mass of sand. Gaara slowly began to rotate his hand as the sand cocoon rose into the air, hovering there momentarily. The Aim tried to escape, twisting left and right, screaming, but it was futile. Gaara had him right where he wanted him. Gaara picked up one of the umbrellas from the ground and lifted it over his head before closing his fist, making the sand coffin implode, crushing the man and sending a rain of blood all over the place. The same thing quickly happened to the other Aim, who died not long after their leader. Gaara's sand brought back the heaven scroll they needed, and the Suna trio headed for the tower. Unknown to both the Sand Team and Team 8, who were observing the whole event, a shadow clone sent by Naruto reached that clearing right in time to see the gruesome finale. When the team from Suna left, it noticed Kurenai's team hiding in the bushes on the other side of the clearing. After making sure that they were fine, the clone dispelled itself, sending the gathered information back to Naruto. Meanwhile, Team 8 was discussing what they just witnessed. "Did you see what that guy did to those Aim guys?" Kiba asked. "That guy's a real monster. I really wouldn't want to fight him." "It was your idea to scout for other teams to either lower the numbers of the teams in the next round, or to find out their abilities," Shino said calmly. "Did you feel their power?" "Yeah, Akamaru won't stop shaking. That guy is unbelievable. We better get back to the tower." With that, Team 8 begun their trek to the tower. Naruto sat at the entrance to the small cave at the edge of the clearing he found tending to the fire. It had been 4 hours since their fight with Orochimaru, and neither Sakura nor Sasuke had woken up yet. He couldn't really blame them, though. They used most of their energy trying to stay alive during the time they were separated. Naruto thought about the information his clones gathered. Team 8 probably got to the tower by now, so he may be fighting them in the final round. Team 10 had yet to find a second scroll, since they tried to keep off the radar and get a scroll with the use of their jutsu when they get the chance. He needn't worry. After all, Shikamaru is a genius when it comes to battle plans. What worried him most was that team from Suna. The two older ones were nothing he couldn't handle, just a puppeteer and a wind user. He can easily overwhelm a puppet user with his clone's jutsu and a good plan. The same could be said about the girl. It was their teammate that was the cause of his worry. That sand attack and the way he killed those Reinin without remorse was enough to set off warning lights in his head. The sheer bloodlust and that maniacal look in his eyes easily helped to file him as an insane, homicidal maniac that kills to satisfy his thirst for blood. It didn't go unnoticed by Naruto that his teammates were terrified of him. Then there was that strange feeling he got when near that Sannin. It felt somehow familiar, unsettling, and unnatural. Whatever it is, he better remain very cautious when near that guy. Finally, Sasuke and Sakura began to wake up, and soon they will begin their assault of pointless questions. "Oh, my head," said Sakura before looking at Naruto. "Why the hell did you hit me, Baka?" "Well, Sakura, it was the quickest way to getting out of there. If I had just told you we need to do that, you and Sasuke would waste precious time with stupid questions that would allow that guy to get back up and hit us with his full power. But he was weakened from the fight with Sasuke, and you managed to hit him several times, and then there was that fire jutsu you used." "Yadobe, what was that jutsu you used?" "What jutsu?" "Don't play dumb with me, Dobe. I demand you tell me that jutsu. I needed to kill him." "You can demand all you want. I don't have to tell you shit. As for that guy we were fighting, he wasn't hurt too much by our attacks, and I only managed to land a hit because he was toying with you and underestimated me. If we had stayed there any longer, he would stop playing and kill us." Sasuke was boiling in rage that Naruto dismissed him so casually and was about to rant on, but was cut off when Sakura spoke up again. "What do we do now?" "We wait till dawn. Then we head out to the tower and set our trap. If we find someone along the way, we take them out. Naruto explained. We'll take turns keeping watch. Since I was doing it first, Sasuke will take the next one, and you will take the last one. The night passed without incident, and Sasuke woke Sakura up for her shift at 5. At first, nothing unusual happened, but at 8 the Odo team, that Team 7 met before the start of the first test. The Odo Genin got caught in a very subtle Jinjutsu cast by Sakura that made them think that Sakura was about to fall asleep while Sasuke and Naruto were out due to a previous fight. What they didn't know was that Naruto and Sasuke were hidden. Thanks to Naruto's shadow clones, they knew that Team Odo was in the area and heading their way. Well, look what we have here, Dosa said. Sakura, faking surprise, shakingly spoke up. Don't come any closer or you'll regret it, she said while pulling out a kunai. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that, guys? She thinks she can stop us with that little thing. Sokka spoke up. We're just ordered by Orochimaru-sama to kill Sasuke-kun. You can go if you want, Kin said. Really now? I didn't know you were so popular with foreign Kunoichi team, Naruto said as he came out of hiding. The Odo team was clearly surprised to see Naruto standing on a tree branch and another lying in the small cave. Just then the Sasuke and Naruto in the cave went up in smoke. Shut up, dope. Let's just take them down and head for the tower. Naruto sent a clone at Dosu while Sasuke and Sakura engaged Zaku and Kin. Dosu swung his right arm at the Naruto clone, making it feel the effects of his melody arm. Seeing the clone helpless, Dosu wanted to take it out quickly and go for the original. But he was kicked in the back by the real Naruto, who jumped behind him when he was busy fighting the clone. Instead, Sakura threw some shuriken in Kin's direction, who dodged them and threw some sunban back at Sakura. The needles missed, but then Kin smirked and pulled on the wires connected to the bells on the sunban, activating the Jinjutsu. Sakura started to feel the effects of the illusion and began to lose balance. She was on one knee and looked at the Odo Kunoichi, only to see a whole bunch of them. Humph, now you see that you're no match for me. Look at your hair. I bet you spend more time making yourself look pretty instead of training. Now I'll have fun killing you. Kin didn't know that Sakura made some quick hand signs, and as soon as Kin was less than 10 steps away, Sakura called out her Jutsu Doton. Hari no Toko, bed of needles. Before Kin knew it, the area under her feet turned into many small needles made from rock, piercing her feet and making her drop the illusion. As soon as she was free, Sakura ended her jutsu and threw a solid punch at Kin's jaw, sending her tumbling to the ground. I have to remember to thank Naruto for that scroll he lent me. Sokka wasn't faring any better. His short taijutsu bout with Sasuke left him bruised, and he didn't even land more than 5 hits on the Uchiha, while he received quite a beating. Zaku aimed his hands at Sasuke. Eat this, Zenkuha. A strong blast of air headed Sasuke's way, but he managed to evade it and send several small fireballs with shuriken hidden in them at the Odo Genin. Zaku was cut down, but still wanted to continue. I won't be beaten by the likes of you, Zenkyoka. A large blast of wind tore through the small clearing, kicking up dust and dirt as it hit its target. Trees were destroyed and logs were obliterated. No inanimate object in its path was spared the horrible fate. Zaka smirked, hee. I've blown him away. I wouldn't be so sure of that if I were you, came Naruto's voice. Zaku turned to see Sasuke standing next to Naruto. I took the liberty of moving the target somewhere else. Hope you don't mind, Naruto faked innocence. That was the last thing Zaku saw before a Naruto clone hit him in the back of the head, knocking his lights out. I could have taken him alone, dope, said an angry Sasuke. I know that team, but you were taking too long, Naruto said nonchalantly. Let's see what kind of scroll they have and head for the tower. As it turned out, the team from Odo Geikure was in possession of an Earth Scroll that Team 7 was in need of. The journey to the tower took 4 hours, and Team 7 entered the tower before 1 p.m. of the second day. Inside, they found a large scroll hanging on the wall. Walking over to it, they tried to decipher its meaning, a bit confused when they found a few words missing from it all. When Naruto's eyes found the words heaven and earth, he called out to his teammates. Hey, Sakura, team, open the scrolls. Nodding, they did as he said, peeling the scrolls open. Sasuke noticed what they were, quickly dropped his scroll and backed away, telling Sakura to do the same. A pillar of smoke rose from the scrolls, obscuring the person who had been summoned. Naruto and Sakura gasped as the smoke dissipated. Iruka grinned at Naruto. Hey, long time no see. What's going on? Sasuke asked, his tone demanding. Iruka smiled at them. At the end of the second test, it's set up so that we Chunins meet up with the exam takers. I was allowed to be the one to greet you. So congratulations. You three passed the second test. Naruto grinned at him, Sakura smiled, and Sasuke smirked as he leaned against the wall. Well, you guys still got here early. Only 2 teams have finished so far. Iruka said. Really, which ones? Asked a curious Sakura. I think it was the team from Suna and Kurenai's team. That's what my clone reported yesterday when he stumbled into a fight between the Sand team and some Aim Nin. Guess Team 8 had their scroll too. Anyway, you still have over 3 days until this stage ends, so I suggest you rest and do some light training before the third part. Iruka said before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. You heard the man. Let's go. By the end of the 5th day, only 7 teams passed the Forest of Death. 3 rookie teams from Konoha along with Team Guy and Kabuto's team, the team from Suna, and the Sound team. The 21 genin remaining stood in a peculiar arena, waiting for the instructions to the third exam. In the front of the room stood a group consisting of Chunin, Jounin, and the Hokage. Protruding from the front wall was a pair of stone hands forming the ram seal. Anko smirked at them from where she stood. Congratulations on passing. Hokage-sama will now explain the third test, so listen carefully. The Sandaime took a step forward. Before we begin, there is something I'd like you to know. He tugged his hat down slightly. Why do we have all the alliance countries taking this exam together? To promote friendship amongst the countries, to raise the level of shinobi. I don't want you to be confused about the true meaning. This exam is a replacement for war among the allied countries. Sandaime's face was impassive as he took a puff on his pipe. If you go back in time, the current allies were enemies who fought each other over who would rule. In order to prevent wasteful fighting, the stage that those countries chose for fighting, that is the origin of the Chunin exams. Sarutobi continued, after answering the questions thrown at him. It is true that this exam decides who is to become Chunin, but it is also an opportunity for the different countries to show off their ninja to the important figures who watch this third exam. A shinobi village is only as strong as its weakest link. Now then, he paused for a second, on to the third exam. If I may, Hokage-sama. A sick-looking Jounin appeared in front of the Hokage. Sandaime nodded. By all means. The Jounin turned toward the genin. I am Gecko Hate, and I am the referee. Before the third test, I'm afraid we'll have to hold a preliminary. Since we are going to begin right away, I must ask any who wish to quit to do so now. None of the gathered candidates did, so he continued. Right then, cough, cough. If no one wishes to forfeit, let's begin the preliminary rounds. If you'll turn your attention to the screen behind me. Everyone turned their gazes to the large screen behind the sickly Jounin, watching as the blackness faded into a dark gray. The letters, versus, lit up in the very center. Above them was the name, Uchiha Sasuke, and below it was Yakushi Kabuto. Now, Hate said, if these 2 participants would come to the front. They walked forward, each one assured of his victory. Gecko Hate made a motion towards the stands. Now if everyone else would please leave the arena. When everyone had left the area for the stands, he said, now, please begin. Kabuto made a hand seal. Are you ready, Sasuke-kun? He slipped his left hand into his kunai pouch, his right hovering in front of his stomach. He withdrew a few shuriken, while, simultaneously, Sasuke withdrew a kunai from the holster on his thigh. Without warning, Kabuto flung his shuriken at Sasuke, who knocked them away with a swipe of his kunai. Kabuto engaged Sasuke in a taijutsu fight, but since the boy had his Sharingan active, it wasn't an easy fight. Seeing no alternative, Kabuto activated his chakra scalpels after dodging a Gakkaku no Jutsu from the Uchiha. Kabuto launched himself at Sasuke, taking him off guard and landing a hit on his left forearm. This angered the Uchiha, who used the Hozenka Shuriken combo and managed to wound Kabuto in the leg and cut his right arm. Kabuto wanted to heal his leg, but Sasuke got close and kicked the young medic into the air, Using the move he copied from Lee, forcing the Jinin into the air. As fast as his body would allow, Sasuke followed him, appearing beneath Kabuto's airborne body. Sasuke sent a light poke to his opponent's body. It's over. Using the other Jinin's body, Sasuke flipped over, sending a kick towards Kabuto's stomach. It was blocked with relative ease. Sasuke used the block to add speed and power to himself, performing a 180 and bringing his fist crashing into the older boy's face. Now only a few feet above the ground, Sasuke used his momentum to bring a solid kick into the stomach, forcing him to collide painfully with the ground and Sasuke's foot at the same time. Sure, Rindan, Sasuke said. Kabuto managed to get up, but before Sasuke managed to attack again, the medic threw in the towel. Sorry, Sasuke-kun, but I'm afraid that last attack broke some of my ribs. I do hope for a rematch one day. With that hate, declared Sasuke the winner. While Kabuto went to the med bay, the screen lit up with the next combatants, Yamanaka Ino versus Dosu Kinyuta. The second fight didn't last long, and Ino quickly got dispatched into unconsciousness. The third fight was between Shikamaru and Kabuto's teammate Yoroi, who got trapped in the young Nara's Kage-main no Jutsu, while trying to get close and drain his chakra. Shikamaru had taken his kunai holster off, and when he made movements to pull out a kunai, his opponent did the same. Since only Yoroi had a kunai in his hand, Shikamaru placed his hand by his neck. Yoroi's kunai was at his neck, and the Nara threatened that if he didn't give up, he would either slit his throat or stab him in the legs and vital organs. Having no choice, Yoroi gave up. The fourth mock was between Temari and Tenten. It ended just like Naruto expected, with Temari being able to deflect all of Tenten's attacks, and then sending a gust of wind to finish her off. The fifth fight was between Sakura and Shino. Though Sakura had some good jutsu and even managed to take out some of the Aburame's bugs, she was still outclassed by him in taijutsu and got her chakra drained by Shino's chakra-eating beetles. Naruto had to fight 2 times because of the uneven number of participants. The sixth fight between Zaku and Naruto wasn't too spectacular, since there were many witnesses. Naruto used the trick Azuma Momochi, Zabuza, taught him. He performed the Kirigakure no Jutsu and proceeded to scare the shit out of Zaku by imitating Zabuza's voice and listing the 8 vital points. Zaku, being unable to locate his opponent, blasted his airwaves throughout the arena, but was sorely disappointed when the blonde landed a vicious kick to his back. To make things more interesting, Naruto proceeded to throw threats about striking a 9th point, something dear to any man. Hearing this, Anko started chuckling at the devious idea of the blonde. It proved the point to Zaku when some shuriken grazed his manhood a few times. Still, the Oto Genin didn't give up, so Naruto finished him off with a powerful kick to the jaw that sent Zaku into a wall. Naruto's second fight was the 10th fight, where he faced Chuji. Not wanting his friend to be upset, he dragged the battle as long as he could, by avoiding the Akimichi's attacks before finally using a Doton Jutsu to box in his opponent and forcing him to submit. The 7th fight was between Kiba and Lee. Kiba, remembering from Kabuto's info cards that Lee was last year's dead last, began to throw taunts at him about how a dead last won't be too much for him and Akamaru. He was arrogant enough to actually say that he would end the fight with 1 punch. In his overconfidence, Kiba forgot that Kabuto also said that Lee was a taijutsu expert. No matter how many of his clan's jutsu he used, Kiba just couldn't land a hit on the green Genin. In the end, Kiba was left humiliated when Lee used his speed and superior taijutsu skills to quickly defeat his opponent without even taking off his weights. The 8th fight between Kin and Kankuro was a short one, since Kankuro was able to fool the Oto Kunoichi with his puppet while he himself held a kunai at her throat. The 9th fight was a grudge match where Hinata faced her cousin Niji. In the beginning of the fight, Niji went off with his fate crap and how Hinata was weak and won't be able to change in order to strip her of her confidence. It gave, however, less results than Niji had hoped for, and he was forced to battle Hinata, who received words of encouragement from Naruto and the others. She put up a very good fight, but was still unable to overcome Naji's superior abilities in the Hyuga Taijutsu style, Juken. When he finally disabled Hinata's ability to use the Juken, Niji began a merciless assault on his cousin. Naruto, seeing what Niji was doing, was boiling with anger, and Lee's explanation of the whole problem only made things worse. When Hinata got back up after Niji's attack and expressed her feelings about the division of the Hyuga and Niji's suffering, the Hyuga prodigy became furious and launched himself at Hinata, aiming to kill her. Luckily, he was stopped by Guy, Hate, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Naruto, who appeared in front of him. Only after he was stopped did Niji notice the sword tip embedded in his shoulder, the blade held in Naruto's hand. Many wondered where the sword came from, but only the Jounin saw Naruto unseal it from his belt. After that, Niji began to rant about how the main branch gets preferential treatment, and Naruto promised him a very painful end if they ever fight in the finals. The last fight, if it could be called that, was between Gaara and Kabuto's other teammate Misumi Tsurugi. Gaara, who was restless from the sight of blood, wanted to sate that thirst as fast as he could. Misumi wasn't even able to use his elastic ability before Gaara's sand trapped him and crushed into a wet, bloody stain on the floor and walls. With the preliminary rounds complete, the victors drew their numbers for the final fights in 1 month's time. The pairs were: first fight, Naruto versus Niji. Second fight, Shino versus Kankwa. Third fight, Sasuke versus Lee. Fourth fight, Shikamaru versus Temari. Fifth fight, Dosu versus Gaara. Chapter 8, Finals and Invasion. When everyone began to leave for a well-earned rest, Anko walked up to Naruto and took him to the Hokage for a meeting concerning a certain Rouge Sannin. When both of them entered, Naruto could see Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, Kurenai, and Ibiki in the room. They were quickly ushered to their seats so that the meeting could begin. Good, you're here. Now, Naruto, I need you to give a report about your encounter with Orochimaru. Anko informed me about her run-in with him and the state he was in after, as he told Anko, his battle with that cursed blonde demon brat. Please tell me what happened. After we entered the forest, we defeated a lone rain ninja that went ahead to scout out for potential victims. He didn't have a scroll, so we went on to the tower. After a few hours, we were attacked by a wind jutsu that separated me from the rest of my team. When I got my bearings, I was attacked by a large snake that I killed with one of my Doton jutsu. After that, I ran to join up with my team. Once I got there, Sasuke and Sakura were engaged in a fight with Akusa Kunoichi, who was winning. I interfered when Sasuke was about to hand over our scroll. Since Sasuke managed to inflict some damage, so part of his face was exposed. We fought for a short while, though he was underestimating my abilities. That gave me an opening. I needed to hit him hard and evacuate the team as far as possible before he realized what happened. When he wanted to summon a snake, I jumped behind him and kicked him in the back with full force. Afterwards, when he lunged at me, I threw some shuriken and used the Shuriken Kagebunshin no Jutsu and Shuriken Debaka to create a large explosion that threw him away. Afterwards, I used the Katon Karyu Enden to pin him down while I knocked Sasuke and Sakura out and escaped the area. When they woke up, I had to explain that to save time, which they would probably waste by asking questions, I had to disable them and get them to safety. We took turns in keeping watch, got attacked by the Odo team, who worked for Orochimaru, took their scroll, and got to the tower. That is most disturbing. From what we learned, he is after Sasuke and his Sharingan. It's good that you saved your team and retreated as quickly as it was possible, though there may be problems since Orochimaru witnessed your ability. Hopefully he will think that it was just a jutsu and nothing more. He does. He asked me himself about the jutsu I used to attack him from behind. That's good. If he is willing to attack and mark Sasuke with a curse seal to get his hands on the Sharingan, then he would most likely do the same with you. Sarutobi said, we need to take precautions in case he tries it again. I'm going to have you, Kakashi, keep him safe in the month between the second and third part of the exams. Since Jiraiya just returned with a report, he will help Naruto when he won't be searching the village for threats. You should also have someone keep an eye on the Suna and Odo teams. There's something strangely familiar about that, Gaara. There is no way a jutsu that uses sand as an element would work completely without the user ordering it to defend him. Then there is that bloodlust and immense killer intent that even some Jounin can't generate with such ease, feels unnatural. The only thing close to that I have encountered was that one time when I accessed the Kyuubi's chakra for a short while 2 years ago during training. If what you're saying is true, then I fear that this boy Gaara may be like you, Naruto. I know that one such person lives in Kyumo. Suna is rumored to have dealt with the One Tail. If we put one and one together, then Gaara may be a container for the One Tail. The only question is, why are they and Orochimaru here at the same time? We have been getting more missions from Kaze no Kuni, but are they that desperate to curse a child with such a burden and go to war with us? I fear that if they are working together, then they may be planning an attack on us. The Chunin exams are a good opportunity to strike. Our forces are spread thin because of security issues with all the foreign ninja and delegates along with our normal activities. What are your orders, Hokage-sama? Guy asked. You all have Genin participating in the finals, so you have to help them during this 1 month. If Orochimaru decides to attack, then he will go for me personally, while others engage our ninja, as well as try to inflict as much damage as they can to weaken us. Most of their forces will no doubt be located outside the village walls. Some may enter, or even have entered the village disguised as civilians. They will most likely be Genin and rookie Chunin who will have an easier time blending in because of lower chakra levels. They will target the village's vital areas or be in the arena where many civilians, nobles, and ninja will be, watching the fights. Asuma said. True, by starting a fight in the battle arena or hitting some critical points, they will draw our forces away from the walls where the majority of their forces will be. The gates will be closed, but snake summons can break through them without much problems. We will need something to take them out before they get in, or some secondary defense line in case they get in. Kakashi stated. Jiraiya will be responsible for the main gate. He will be able to intercept the attacking snakes and allow our forces to repel the offensive. The Jounin Sensei and a contingent of Chunin and Jounin along with a squad of ANBU will be in charge of protecting the arena, while the rest of the forces will engage the attackers and ensure the safety of the civilians. Sarutobi said, Not that it's a bad plan or anything, but what about the Kazekage? He will be sitting next to you, and since both he and Orochimaru will most likely be after you. Then again, if what you and Anko told me about him is that accurate, then he will most likely be somewhere near, disguised as the Kazekage's bodyguard or something like that. Naruto spoke up. Naruto does have a point. What happens when both of them decide to strike some time during the final fights? We need some trick to stop them from doing that, or separate them somehow. Then there's the matter of the invasion force outside. What do we do to find out their location, strength, and possibly try to weaken them before the actual fight in order to gain an advantage before the fight breaks out? The snake summons won't be called to fight at the gates by Orochimaru, so that means that they will need some form of seal array to call them. It's either that or that snake found himself another apprentice who will summon the snakes and lead his forces while he engages you at the battle arena, Hokage-sama. Anko joined in the planning. Oh, I have a good one. How about we have one of the attendants for the Kages give the Kazekage some sake that has a drug in it that will make fighting and using chakra very difficult or impossible for a few hours, or some other way to limit their use of chakra. Naruto explained his crazy idea. I don't know. That could be very hard for us to achieve since Tsunade-sama would be best suited for something like making a chakra-blocking drug that is tasteless and undetectable to a Kage-level shinobi. Kakashi thought. Then how about we set up explosives in the Kage booth to blow them up if they try anything? I could just jump and grab the old man and jump out before the bomb goes off. Naruto said, we should place bombs on the roof as well. Orochimaru will want a fight, an unfair one, but a fight nonetheless. Once the fight starts on the roof, which is the best place for such a fight by the way, we could use that tactic to beat him. We know he is a very skilled fighter and likes to cheat and have all the advantages he can get, so he may have some way of preventing reinforcements from coming to the Hokage's aid. That won't be necessary, Naruto. But I'll agree with you on the fact that he may try to isolate me from the rest of our forces, so it will be a good idea for me to have a way of contacting you in case I need to get out of whatever trap Orochimaru may have planned. Came Sarutobi's reply. Everything will be explained in greater detail 1 week before the finals. As of right now, Kakashi will be guarding and preparing Sasuke for the finals. Naruto will be training with Jiraiya and helping in gathering important information. Your variation of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, the Shadow Crow Jutsu, will be of great use in airborne patrol around the village. It's a good method of finding the location of the enemy forces. Afterwards, we will have some of the Aburame clan members unleash their Kikai bugs and weaken the attacking forces on the day of the finals before they begin their offensive. Half of our ENBU forces will be ready to engage the Suna and Odo ninja and either kill Orochimaru's men and try to disable Sunanin before being forced to kill. If they were tricked by my treacherous student, then this situation can lead to strengthening our position in negotiating a new alliance treaty with Suna. Weakening our ally isn't in our best interest, especially if Orochimaru manages to escape. The Aburame will take care of draining the strength from their men, and ANBU and the rest of our forces will eliminate the threats. Especially if I use my Shadow Crows as explosive projectiles that will blow up inside their forces and cause confusion among their ranks. Naruto said. Now that everything is clear, everyone is dismissed. Good luck in the preparations. The month passed slowly, though the ones taking part in the final battles would say otherwise. For Shikamaru, that month could be described as the most troublesome period in his life up to date. His mother Yoshino threatened him with a whole year's worth of early waking up and hard work with no time to indulge in his favorite pastime, namely cloud watching, if he doesn't train seriously for the final round. The second troublesome woman, Ino, decided that she will be helping him in his training, motivating him to show some effort and giving daily reports on his activities to his mother. This, of course, led to another Nara clan member finding himself in that troublesome situation. Shikaka Nara was appointed by his wife to train Shikamaru for his fight with the Sand Chick Temari. The two poor Naras had a month from hell ahead of them. Shino, like every member of the Aburame clan, was very secretive about his training and practiced the family jutsu he was taught by his father Shibi. Anything else is, like always when dealing with an Aburame, an enigma. Lee and Guy went at their training like crazy. First, they increased their weights, before beginning a series of repeated exercises that were supposed to increase Lee's speed and the strength behind his punches and kicks, while they kept spewing all that youth crap all the time. All this resulted in many more of Konoha's citizens going to the hospital to get help from overexposure to the green-clad duo's youthful flames of training hysteria, as the patients described it. Since Lee was limited to taijutsu only, Guy stepped up Lee's training with weapons. Surprisingly, Lee chose something that looked like a combination of a double-bladed pile and axe. The weapon had a 1-foot blade that could be used to stab and cut with both edges, and below that were 2 axe-like blades, only they looked like a single-edged sword or katana blade that had an elliptic shape when you looked at the blades on the left and right side of the stabbing blade. Since Lee's weapon of choice had such blades on both ends, it could also separate into 2 shorter axe-like weapons, each a meter long, without counting the stabbing blade. When combined, they made up an over 5-meter weapon that was deadly in the hands of someone as fast as Lee. And since Lee was quite skilled in the use of kunai and shuriken for someone without a jujitsu or such talent as Tintin, he was most certainly a force to be reckoned with. Neji Hyuga, who was Naruto's first opponent in the finals, underwent a very exhausting training regime he set up for himself. He spent the entire month practicing the Juken techniques reserved for the main branch that he saw and recreated for his own use, and increasing his speed that would be necessary if he was to beat Naruto. Neji is called the Hyuga prodigy for a reason after all. He noticed that to reach him from the balcony and draw his sword, Naruto would have to be as fast, if not faster, than Lee during their spar 2 months ago. His speed combined with the jutsu he knew and his apparent sword skills made Naruto a formidable opponent, albeit a foolish one in Neji's eyes. When he was practicing, the Kaiten Tintin had been his training partner, and when he was working on other aspects of his training alone, Tintin was helping Lee master the use of his exotic weapon. Kakashi and Sasuke decided to train in a secluded location where they won't risk an attack from Orochimaru. Since Sasuke had awoken his Sharingan 2 weeks before the exams, Kakashi focused on helping his student improve his abilities in the use of his eyes, as well as improve the young Uchiha's speed. The first person that Sasuke will be facing is Guy's pupil, who will no doubt be well-trained in Kakashi's eternal rival's taijutsu style, and that means that Lee is much faster than what he had shown in the preliminaries. Kakashi spent days beating the young Uchiha senseless until he couldn't move anymore. That was a good preparation for what Sasuke will be facing in the finals. It also was great entertainment for Kakashi. When he wasn't beating the shit out of Sasuke, Kakashi was teaching him a few useful katan and other elemental jutsu that will make his student stronger and increase his chances in the fights against opponents he will be facing, as well as the invasion. All in all, the month was rather uneventful, but there was that one time when Gaara showed up and threatened that he will have the Uchiha's blood once they fight. Speaking of Gaara and his siblings, they weren't training all that much for two reasons. The first and most important one being the upcoming invasion. There is no sense in getting worked up too much if you won't be fighting in the finals. They concentrated mostly on their orders for the invasion. The second reason, they thought that they were strong enough to take on the weak Konoha Genin, and there is no way that they could stand up to Gaara. After the display during the preliminaries, they could feel confident in their abilities, since all the Kunoichi were easily beaten in their fights, and the boys showed some skill. Even if they were holding back, they couldn't be holding back that much, nor could they improve so drastically in just 1 month. Dosu Kinyuta was pissed that Orochimaru wanted to use him as a mere tool. He decided to track down the ones that had embarrassed him in the Forest of Death. He tried to track down the Uchiha that he was ordered to kill in the Forest of Death, but was unable to locate him. The damn blonde that had beaten him so badly was much easier to find. Dosu was able to find Naruto a week after the preliminaries near the hot springs, where said blonde was walking around and waiting for his perverted trainer. How hard can it be to find one old super pervert in the bathhouse of all places? Naruto said, clearly pissed. Just as Naruto was about to yell pervert as loud as he could so that every female in the hot springs would hear and hopefully alert him to her discovery of Jiraiya's whereabouts, he was interrupted by shuriken flying his way. Okay, that's it. Now I'm pissed off. Come out now, or I won't be kind in a few minutes. Naruto yelled. Now you'll pay for humiliating me in our last fight. And since you're going to be dead, then there will be less competition in the finals. After I finish you off, I'll take out a few more obstacles. Then Orochimaru-sama will see that I'm more powerful enough to be more than a tool that he can throw away when he feels like it. You really are pathetic, aren't you? Naruto said. What did you say? I said that you're pathetic if you really think that Orochimaru cares about you and your strength or that of your teammates. All he cares about are his own sick ambition and personal grudge against his sensei, who didn't appoint him as Yondaime Hokage because of his twisted nature. And just to make it perfectly clear, you want beat me. To do that you would have to be a jounin, not a strong genin, who could become a low chunin. You lack the required skills and jutsu to do it. The only weapon you have is that device on your right arm and some low-level jutsu. Naruto said with a tone meant to infuriate the Oto genin. You're too arrogant. That will be your downfall. You overestimate your abilities. Just because you won our last fight doesn't mean you will win this time. Prepare to die. With that, Dosu began his attack by throwing some shuriken to make Naruto dodge to the side so that he could get in close and use his melody arm to disable his opponent. Naruto, however, used 2 kunai to deflect the shuriken and threw the kunai at Dosu, who jumped away. After gaining a few seconds, Naruto made the hand seals for the Kanashibari no Jutsu and paralyzed his attacker once he landed on the ground. Once the Oto genin was frozen in place, Naruto got behind him and knocked him out. Just as the blonde had finished tying the genin up, Jiraiya decided to show up. Hey brat, what are you doing with that guy? Don't tell me you gave up on women. That would have been a disaster. Who would I use in one of the books I'm going to write in the future? You're going to be a babe magnet in a few years. Think about the inspiration I'd lose if you won't get down with some ladies. Jiraiya joked. Damn it, Ero-senin. Where the hell have you been? I've waited almost as much as I would have if it was Kakashi of all people. Then this idiot decided to kill me and a few more of the finalists to improve his chances at getting chunin and show your snaky teammate that he's more than just some tool and all that bullshit. Naruto ranted. Calm down, brat, will ya? With the way you're talking, one would think that the old man banned ramen from Konoha. Since he attacked you during the 1-month intermission, he gets disqualified from the tournament. That means we can interrogate him for even the smallest amount of information about Otoge-cure and Orochimaru's forces. Do you know that waterfall outside the village? Yeah, that's where I trained with Azuma and Haku before the exams, though I've still got plenty to learn about that silent homicide. Why do you ask? Good, since you've been there before, you can get us there in no time. Hopefully the place will be abandoned today. If not, then let's hope that there will be some hot babes swimming in the pond there. You just don't want to walk all the miles there, you lazy perv. Okay, grab him and hang on tight. Naruto said, clearly annoyed. The trip to the waterfall was a short one, and unfortunately for the mega perv, there were no girls in bikinis swimming in the pond. Seriously upset, Jiraiya woke Dosu up and began the questioning. While the Toad Sannin may not be Marino Ibiki, he too knows how to mess with a person's head until they give all the information they know like good little children. Most of the information they gained was already in their possession, and that what they didn't know was provided by a very willing Dosu Kinyuda. What they learned confirmed their suspicions about the invasion. According to Dosu, Orochimaru wants Sasuke for an immortality jutsu he developed, and the invasion will begin sometime during the Uchiha's fight or the Kazekage sons, namely Gaara's fight. Dosu overheard rumors that that Sand Kid is a demon or something like that, and that he was instrumental to the success of the invasion. He also told Jiraiya and Naruto that the only reason they passed the Forest of Death after their fight was because one of the Snake's agents in Konoha gave them the scrolls. The description sounded awfully like Kabuto. What surprised them even more was the fact that Dosu suspected that Orochimaru may sacrifice both him and his teammates to use some jutsu that is supposed to give him a tactical advantage over the Hokage, along with the information that the Kazekage may be dead or will die during the finals, since Orochimaru doesn't like to share. Clearly, the Snake Sannin greatly underestimated the data-gathering abilities of his subordinate. Once they finished with Dosu, Jiraiya summoned a toad that acted as a prison while Jiraiya and Naruto informed Sarutobi about their findings. When the Sandaime heard the latest news, he ordered that the two Oto Genin be hidden away with Dosu in one of the perverts' safe houses in the village and the capture of Kabuto and his teammates. With the information hunting out of the way, Jiraiya proceeded to teach Naruto the Rasengan and Toad summoning. While the blonde was busy with those two jutsu and his kenjutsu training with Azuma, Jiraiya worked on a seal that would suppress demonic yokai and Gaara to subdue him as quickly as they could before he inflicts damage to the village. There's no need to take risks when they can be avoided. Sometime during the last week before the finals, Anko decided to drop in and spice up Naruto's training a bit. She had just finished a new paralyzing poison that lasts approximately 24 hours before losing its properties and just couldn't wait to show it off to her favorite blonde moving target. Naruto was not pleased, but Jiraiya got a nosebleed when he saw Anko wearing fishnets. Since she ruined Naruto's day of training, she gave him some of that poison, but he still had to buy her dango. Naruto spent lots of time improving his speed and sword skills along with the jutsu Jiraiya showed him. When they brought the information from Dosu, the Sandaime gave Naruto the scrolls, books, and sword his father left him before he died during the sealing. Needless to say, when the young blonde received them, he was acting as if he just got a yearly supply of ramen for free and eagerly went at his training with his new sword. Both he and Jiraiya had went through the books on sealing, and though he didn't understand much of the advanced stuff, Naruto found the basic parts to be quite easy to understand. By the time there were 2 days left until the finals, Naruto had been a force to be reckoned with when it came to swordsmanship. The basic training he had practically mastered before graduation, and then over half a year of learning and perfecting higher forms with a former Miss Nin and his acquaintances among the Jounin of Konoha made him one hell of a fighter with his new blade. Though it was unheard of to teach a Genin the aspects of element manipulation, Naruto had finished both the basic and advanced exercises on Suiton nature manipulation with Azuma. Luck would have it that the ex-Miss Jounin didn't give a damn about stupid regulations when it came to talented Suiton users. For Azuma, things were rather simple. If the brat can make hundreds of shadow clones and had both the skills, chakra levels, and affinity, then why the hell should all that go to waste? If you learn something sooner, the greater advantage you have over a potential enemy who may underestimate you just because of young age. The wind nature chakra manipulation was easy to learn once you actually got the required information on how to perform the exercises from a certain wind using Sarutobi. Naruto knew that one day that photo he had taken of Kurenai and Asuma kissing in an area hidden from prying eyes, though quite close to one of the blonde's favorite training spots, would come in handy. Thank God Anko introduced him to the fine art of blackmail. With all the things he needed and lots of clones, the elemental affinity training took 2 weeks to get sufficiently down. Now Naruto's sword would be much more dangerous to an opponent's health, especially when the sword was made of chakra-absorbing and conducting materials. Adding a wind nature chakra blade enforcement made the thing a one-hit kill weapon if used properly, and Naruto knew all too well how to use it. The last day before the third round of the Chunin exams, Naruto sent out 200 of his shadow crows to scout the forests outside the village walls. He located the invasion force a few miles outside the village. In the clearing, he could see that preparations for some kind of seal array were nearly done. Naruto guessed that it may be used to summon the snakes and rest of the invasion force, since the numbers close to the village were nowhere near to being sufficient enough for an assault on a major ninja village. When he reported his findings, the Sandaime sent out a task force composed of Aburame and Anbu to silently take out the enemy contingent. As they suspected, there were mostly Odonin with only a few squads of Suna Chunin and Jounin in the area. The seal array Naruto described must have been intended to summon the rest of the invasion army and not just the snake summons. The Konoha strike force was ordered to attack at dawn on the day of the finals to avoid detection from Orochimaru. A chance to take him down when he least expects it may not come so soon in the future. Finally, the day everyone had been waiting for had come. Many had come to witness the fights, from ordinary civilians and merchants that were curious about the abilities of the next generation of ninja they may be hiring in the near future, to the many daimyo and their advisors. Many had placed bets on who would win the respective fights, and most had placed their bets on the Hyuga and Uchiha geniuses, as well as the Kazekage son Gaara. Naruto used some of his Jounin friends to place bets on his and Lee's victory in their respective fights. Most of the Jounin who know Naruto placed their bets on him, most notably Anko, Asuma, Ibiki, even Gunma, Hate, and what surprised everyone, Guy. At first he said that such behavior was very unyouthful, but after being coaxed by Anko and Naruto that it would mean his firm belief in both Lee's and Naruto's abilities and flames of youth, he joined in the bets. Naruto stood in the middle of the arena with the rest of the Chunin hopefuls, all except for Sasuke, who was nowhere to be seen. Up in the Kage's box sat the Hokage and Kazekage, who were discussing the upcoming fights and trying to predict their outcome. The elderly Hokage stood up and began his speech. "Welcome everyone to this year's Chunin Selection Exam Finals." His voice boomed. "Standing before you are the best of this year's candidates that have entered this exam a month ago. Today, they will fight here before you all to prove their worthiness for the rank of Chunin. I sincerely hope that all of you, who have gathered here to witness the fights, will find the performance of this year's finalists satisfactory." A roar of approval and cheers erupted from the crowd as the much-awaited finals began. When the roars of the crowd died down, Gunma the proctor for the final matches spoke up. "First of all, I must announce that there will be a slight change in the fights due to the disqualification of Dosu Kinyuta for assaulting another contestant during the 1-month intermission. As of right now, the fights will look like this." Gunma spoke as he pulled out a scroll from his vest. "The first fight will be between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. Second fight, Aburame Shino against Sabaku no Kankuro. Third fight, Nara Shikamaru against Sabaku no Temari. Fourth fight, Rock Lee vs Uchiha Sasuke. The winner of the fourth fight will face Sabaku no Gaara in the second round of the fights. Now, will everyone who is not fighting right now please wait their turn in the viewing lounge over there?" When the only ones remaining in the arena were Naruto and Neji, Gunma spoke up again. "All right, the rules are the same as in the preliminaries. There are no rules, and the match will continue until one of you gives up or dies. However, if I decide that one of you is done, I will call the match. Failure to abide by this rule will result in your dismissal. Am I clear?" Both Naruto and Neji gave him a nod. "Good. Now begin." Naruto and Neji jumped back and took up battle positions. Both fighters eyed each other for any weak spots and openings when Neji, confident in what he had learned during this month, replayed the information he had about Naruto in his head. Naruto used a wide range of both elemental and non-elemental ninjutsu, as well as kenjutsu. He was clearly a close-range fighter. Activating his Byakugan, Neji saw calm and confidence in himself. "Naruto," said Neji in a calm tone, "I suggest that you give up now. Fate has already decided that I will be the winner of this match. Your efforts will gain you nothing, so I suggest that you forfeit now and save yourself the embarrassment." Naruto stood there for a moment before he began to laugh. "You think that I'll just give up like that and leave you unpunished for your actions? Don't make me laugh. You really are as limited and misguided as I suspected." Naruto let Neji have a taste of his own medicine. You have to be one of the greatest fools I have met. You are an arrogant bastard who looks down on others like they're trash. What has Hinata ever done to you that you would go so far as to kill her? She is one of the kindest people I have met, and there is no way she would have harmed anyone intentionally or not. You have no right to judge me dead last. What do you know about my life? Every member of the branch house is effectively a slave to the main branch. It doesn't matter that I have talent. I will always be just a slave, while a weakling like Hinata is a member of the main branch simply because of the fact that her father was born mere minutes before mine. At this point, Niji tore off his headband, revealing the cured seal on his forehead. All members of the branch house have to serve the main house, and even die for them, just to preserve the secrets of the Hyuga bloodline. It is our destiny, and there is nothing we can do to change it. That is where you are wrong, Niji. I know all too well how it is to live a life marked from birth with something I had no control over. Maybe someday I'll tell you what it is, but right now you don't deserve it. For someone who believes in fate and destiny so firmly, you sure put a lot of effort into fighting it. Didn't you say it's your fate to protect the main house with your life? Naruto said, trying to get under the Hyuga's skin, and yet you did your best to take away Hinata's life. Looks to me like you're one hell of a hypocrite, Niji. That got the desired effect. Niji became angry and activated his Byakugan. Naruto made a dozen Kage Bunshin and had them engage the Hyuga prodigy while he stayed back and observed the fight. Even though Niji had the superior taijutsu style, he had much trouble in beating Naruto's clones. They were fast and very skilled in hand-to-hand combat, so it took lots of effort from Niji to take them all down. It was like fighting Lee during their spars, only Lee usually blocked while the clones were very good at avoiding hits. Fighting one opponent with such skills is an annoyance for the Hyuga prodigy, but fighting multiple opponents with these skills is a risk that cannot be taken. Niji had heard the rumors about Naruto, that he could use and make hundreds of shadow clones, and it looked to him like these rumors were true. Unless he thinks of something quick, Niji is certain that he will lose, if only because he will be too exhausted to continue. Having disposed of the last clone, Niji made a run for Naruto, hoping that once he gets close enough to the blonde, he will be able to stop him from creating any more of those damn clones and cut off his opponent's chakra system. But by this point, Naruto had analyzed Niji's attack patterns and was sure that as long as he managed to avoid the Hyuga's strikes, he could win this fight. There was also the tiny problem of the proctors, who were taking notes on the performance of the combatants to determine whether the candidate deserved a promotion or not. And if there was one thing Naruto wanted more than anything, a promotion to Chunin was it. Not only will he have to do less of those blasted D-rank missions, but he will also get a pay increase and more C-rank missions along with the complimentary green vest. Naruto got close to Niji and deflected or avoided the young Hyuga's palm strikes. He got lots of valuable information about the danger those strikes presented. Jiraiya told him about the Hyuga clan's ability to shut down their opponent's chakra system, and Naruto definitely didn't want to be left helpless in a fight. Speeding up his movements even more than before, Naruto started hitting Niji in his upper body around his arms and rib cage before he hit Niji square in his chest with a strong, open palm thrust. That attack had knocked the wind out of the Hyuga prodigy and sent him staggering back several feet. This can't be all you have, Niji. Naruto kept up the mind games that Niji so eagerly used during his fight with Hinata. I came here expecting a good fight, but I can't even call this a warm-up. Please try harder than that, or I will have to cut our little chit-chat short. That riled up the young Hyuga even more. Niji lost a great deal of his calm and collected mask to the blonde's taunts and sharp remarks. Niji charged at Naruto with his palms clearly charged with chakra and ready to inflict massive internal damage. Naruto made the necessary hand seals and called out his jutsu futon, Daidappa, and sent the pride of the Hyuga clan flying. Niji twisted his body so that he landed on his feet and skidded back several feet. By this time, Naruto had drawn his sword, indicating that he means business. Up in the stands, an 8-year-old girl with pale eyes spoke up. "Father, do you think that Niji can win?" Hanabi asked. "Yes, but it will be difficult," said Hayashi. "I didn't know that Uzumaki knew that jutsu. With that wind, he can blow Niji away, so he can't get in close for a Juken strike. But Niji will figure a way to counter this. His eyes are the most powerful among our clan in a few generations. They are even more powerful than yours or Hinata's." Naruto proceeded to attack Neji with the Keton Hozenka no Jutsu to distract him while Naruto used his unique bloodline ability to gain a short burst of speed by channeling the Hiraishin chakra through his body to appear right in front of Neji. The spectators as well as Neji were stunned by that display due to the after images that were left behind Naruto. Making use of the Hyuga's momentary lack of focus, Naruto was able to inflict some shallow cuts on the young prodigy's arms, legs, and torso. Once Neji was wide awake, Naruto summoned some more shadow clones that kept making hit and run attacks on the Hyuga prodigy. "Let's see what you can do, Hyuga Neji," Naruto thought as he kept his hands behind his head to allow everyone know which one is the original. When all the clones were in range, Neji made his move. "Hakushu, Kaiten," Neji said as a wall of chakra formed around him before beginning to spin and destroying all the clones. "Father, is that?" said Hanabi in the stands, speechless, just like her father was, since what Neji had done was only supposed to be done by the main branch of the Hyuga clan. "Yes, it seems the branch family has been doing more learning of the gentle fist style than I thought," said Hayashi calmly, knowing that Naruto could win this fight, but was just as surprised that Neji learned how to do the Kaiten. The Chunin proctors made note of all of the fight's developments. "Not bad. That Naruto kid just sent his clones at Neji and forced the Hyuga prodigy to use his trump card," said one of the two Chunin proctors, clearly impressed with the boy's strength. "Yeah, it would seem so. Not only that, but had Neji not used it, the beating from the boy's clones would have greatly injured or possibly defeated the Hyuga," said the second Chunin proctor, nodding his head in agreement. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Izumo?" asked the first Chunin. "Yeah, sure do, Kotetsu. That Uzumaki Naruto is a potential candidate for the rank of Chunin," said the second Chunin before they both smiled, knowing that the ninja keep on advancing at a younger age every year. Down in the arena, Naruto looked impressed and even gave out a whistle at Neji's display. Once the Hyuga stopped spinning, Naruto charged him and continued pressing his onslaught of dance-like steps and sword strikes. During the fight, the blonde used his sword to guide Neji right where he wanted him and blocked some of the Hyuga's Juken strikes with the flat side of his sword. Naruto didn't bother using his sword's ability to extend or the wind chakra blades that he could fire at his enemy with each swing of his weapon. When they arrived at the desired place, Naruto left a subtle opening in his defenses that Neji could use and not suspect any foul play. When Neji saw the opening, he smirked in realization that he saw through that fake gap in the blonde's defense. But when he saw that it was just big enough for him to get past, he understood that it was no trick, but a gap that separated a master of the blade from a student. Or at least that's what he thought. Quickly, Neji performed a strike at the chakra point near the right shoulder. When the hit connected, Naruto dropped his sword. "Now it's over. You are within the field of my divination. Hack, Rokujinshu," he shouted as he performed his most powerful offensive attack. 2 strikes, 4 strikes, 8 strikes, 16 strikes, 32 strikes, 64 strikes. Neji yelled. Damn, did Naruto let that happen on purpose, or did he get too overconfident? Thought Genma, hoping it wasn't the later, or else it could go bad with the judges. "It's over, Proctor. I hit his chakra points. He's not going to get up." As Neji said those words, Naruto turned into mud. Everyone looked in disbelief at the spot Naruto was a minute ago when several fox jaws erupted from the ground and clamped on Neji's legs, arms, and one big earth fox jumped on the Hyuga's shoulders in a similar way to Kakashi's Doton Suga no Jutsu tracking Fong technique. "What the?" was all Neji could say before Naruto burst from the ground. "How do you like my new trick, Neji?" "Works great, Hugh." Naruto said, "I call it my fox bind technique. Hope you approve?" "How did you get down there?" Neji asked. "I didn't see you change places." "That's quite simple, really. When I created the first of my clones, there was lots of smoke that I used to cover the mud clone I made within that smoke. I had the clone burrow into the ground and tunnel into a specific location," Naruto explained. "Then when we were fighting and I forced you to use the Kaiten, you were temporarily blinded by the chakra-saturated smoke left by the destroyed Kage Bunshin. At that time, everyone's attention was focused on you and your technique. I switched places with the mud clone that continued the fight and lured you into position. Once you used the opening I gave you, it was all over," said Naruto as he brought the tip of his sword to Neji's artery. "Surrender or die," What will it be, Niji? Seeing no way to escape from the jaws of the earth foxes and Naruto's sword, Niji spoke up. Proctor, I forfeit. Hearing that Genma spoke up, winner, Uzumaki Naruto, and the entire stadium roared in cheers. You know what the irony of your situation is, Niji? Naruto asked, but seeing Niji's confused expression, he continued. You tried to kill the one person who actually cares about you and couldn't stand to look at your suffering. I knew about the division in your clan from her when we talked in the academy. All Hinata ever wanted was to be seen as something else than a clan failure, to receive some encouragement for her efforts, and to unite your clan, and you nearly killed her. With that said, Naruto left the arena and went to the waiting area, leaving Niji to ponder. Up in the stands, there were all kinds of reactions to the fight. The many daimyos, who placed their bets on Niji, were shocked to the core by the fact that a clan less orphaned defeated the genius of the Hyuga clan. The Jounin, Hokage, and Jiraiya, who placed their bets on Naruto, had Ryo marks in their eyes, due to the fact that so many placed their bets, otherwise the winnings from Naruto's victory will be colossal. Did you guys see that? Kiba opened his big mouth. Naruto just made Niji look like an idiot with those tricks of his. Yeah, who knew Naruto was that good? Ino said. I'm glad he went easy on me. Otherwise, all that would be left of me would look like Korean barbecue. Chuji said. Who would have thought that that guy could beat Niji? You're something else, Uzumaki Naruto. Thought Tenten. YSH. The flames of youth burn brightly in this 1-inch, yelled Guy. Oof, could you keep it down, Guy? We're sitting next to you, you know. Asuma said while holding his ears. Up in the Kage box, the Kazekage turned to the elderly Hokage. You have a very promising young shinobi there, Hokage Dano. Thank you, Kazekage Dano. Naruto-kun is a rather tricky but very determined young ninja. I have no doubt that he will go far. In the waiting area for the competitors, everyone was also analyzing the situation. That troublesome Naruto. Now everyone will expect a similar performance from the rest of us. Shikamaru muttered under his nose. It would seem that Naruto-san had been in control of the fight the whole time. He managed to show a lot of his skills in that fight, and still kept some of his abilities a secret to have the element of surprise in his next fight. Very intriguing, Shino commented. Don't forget that you're up next, Shino, and if you win, then Naruto will be your opponent in the second phase of the fights. Shikamaru said. Down in the arena, Gunma announced the second fight. The second fight is about begin. Will Aburame Shino and Sabako no Kankuro come down? Up in the waiting area, Kankuro was thinking over his options. Damn, if I fight this bug freak right now, he will drain my chakra, and I won't have any left for the invasion. Gaara looks like he's nearly ready to begin his killing spree. There's no choice, I have to throw the fight. Hey Proctor, I give up, Kankuro yelled. Gunma was surprised, but he called the fight. Winner, Aburame Shino. All right, on to the third round of the Chunin exams. Nara, Shikamaru, and Sabako no Temari, get down here for your match, said Gunma, ignoring Shikamaru's face paling, as Temari smirked at him. Temari, seeing that the crowd wasn't happy with the stunt Kankuro pulled, glided down into the arena on top of her fan. Shikamaru thought it would be a good idea to throw in the towel early, but then he remembered what his mother would do to him if he did. Deciding to have this troublesome thing over with, he went down to face another troublesome blonde, a woman at that. That's troublesome times 3 because A, she's a woman, B, she's blonde, and finally C, she wants to fight. Unfortunately for the lazy Nara, he opened his big mouth and seriously pissed off the proud Suna Kunoichi, who started swinging her battle fan, sending powerful gusts of wind towards his persona. The only thing left for him to do was to avoid getting hit by using the terrain for cover and think up a plan of action that could get him out of this mess. Damn, she's spunky. I hate Spunky. She has me pinned down good, and it looks like she's quite good when it comes to forming strategies. Looks like I've my work cut out for me. When he found an opening, Shikamaru used his Kage Main no Jutsu in an attempt to capture Temari, but the Sand Maiden was agile enough to jump back and avoid the shadow creeping her way. Once Shikamaru was certain of her reactions, he proceeded to use his shadow and steer Temari in the desired area. If you don't want to come to the shadow will come to you, thought Shikamaru. You may have more firepower and a decent strategy on your side, but in some cases it's not always healthy. especially when you're facing someone who is the opposite in stature. As the fight took place in the arena, up in the stands a discussion took place about the outcome of the fight. "Do you think Shikamaru stands any chance in this fight?" asked Kurenai. "Don't worry about him, Kurenai. He may be a slacker, but when the situation calls for it, you can count on him." Asuma spoke. "He may not look like it, but the kid's a real genius. Since he never bothered with the tests in the academy, I had to disguise an I.Q test in the form of puzzles and games we played aside from Shugi." "And what did the test show?" Kurenai asked, clearly interested. "That he has an I.Q of over 200. 200? You can't be serious." "I'm afraid that I am, Kurenai. Don't worry, he probably has a plan that is 20 steps ahead of his opponent by now." Down in the arena, Shikamaru had Temari on the run from his shadow, and though she found the limits to the length it could extend, the Nara genius managed to lead her into his trap. When Temari landed from another effort to escape the shadow and used her fan as a shield, she looked at the shadow that stopped 4 feet away from her. Then suddenly she felt her body stiffen and then begin to move against her will. "Cage main success. Looks like I win. But how? The shadow never got near me. I made sure to stay out of range," Temari said. "Then look behind you," Shikamaru said as he turned her around. She felt her body turn, and then she saw the shadow emerging from a hole in the ground. "I used the tunnel Naruto made during his fight with Niji to allow my shadow to extend a bit longer than normally and attack you from behind." "Looks like you win then," Temari said. "Not really. I don't have much chakra left. In fact, I only have enough for a few more seconds." With that said, Shikamaru's shadow receded back. "Proctor, I give up." "What?" yelled Ino. "How can that lazy bum give up when he had the victory in the bag?" she asked, completely confused. "What did you expect? He did what he had to do, but advancing further is too much of a hassle," Chuji said. Many of the spectators were outraged at the performance and started throwing things into the arena. Winner of the third match, Sabaku no Temari. Gama called out. "Why did you give up? I know perfectly well you could have knocked me out with my own fan to get the win," said Temari, as the two went up the stairs. "I was telling the truth, and it did cross my mind. But if I did, I would have to face the ever-troublesome wrath of your brother Gara-in," said the lazy Nara. "All right, I believe you. For now," said Temari like an afterthought, making Shikamaru wonder if it was wise to lose like he did. Indeed, Naras were too smart and lazy for their own good. "Will Rock Lee and Uchiha Sasuke please enter the ring for the next match?" Gunma called out. "Looks like you are up, Lee. Now you get to show the team what it means to be a genius of hard work," said Naruto, sitting on the railing with his arms folded. "YSH, time for Kahona's green beast to show his flames of youth," said Lee before leaping over the railing and onto the ground with a loud thud. "It's bad enough we have one Mato guy to deal with, but I don't think we can handle his mini-me of a clone when the kid gets older and wears the vest to go with the green spandex." Thought Ginma. "YSH, bring on Uchiha Sasuke so I may show him that hard work always beats a genius," said Lee, enthusiastically waiting for Sasuke to show up. But the Uchiha was nowhere to be seen. "Sasuke Uchiha, come to the arena now or you will forfeit the match with Rock Lee," said Ginma, looking around for Sasuke, and Kakashi, finding that being late was a serious point against them. "Lord Hokage, surely you can let this match be postponed for a later time? After all, it's the last survivor of the Uchiha clan from what I understand, and many have come for the sole purpose of seeing him fight," said the Kazekage as he looked at the Hokage, not knowing that the Hokage suspected who was underneath the disguise. "I'm sorry, Kazekage Dano, but we can't have one of our ninja be late." What would happen if a ninja is late during a mission? It could result in his or her comrade's life being forfeit at the hands of an enemy. "We will not postpone the match just for your amusement, and will continue should he not show up in the next 2 minutes," said the Hokage, knowing that the Kazekage would be seriously displeased. After 2 minutes had passed, Genma shook his head and mentally shamed Kakashi for being so late to the exam. "As a result of Sasuke Uchiha not being here," said Gunma, raising his hand to declare Rock Lee the winner, even though the kid looked disappointed at not being able to fight the Uchiha. "Sabaku no Gara, please come down into the arena. The next fight will be between Rock Lee and Sabaku no Gara." The Sunanin used his Suna Shunshin to appear in the center of the field. "Begin," yelled Gunma, and stepped back. As soon as the proctor called the fight, Lee rushed his opponent and threw a vicious kick to the head, but was pushed back by Gaara's sand shield. Lee tried a few more times to pierce the sand, but his efforts gained him nothing. It didn't matter if Lee used kunai, his special staff weapon, or explosive tags. The sand absorbed all the attacks, though the explosive notes were the most effective. Seeing no alternative, Lee took off his weights. When he resumed his attack, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at how fast the green-clad Genin became. From the looks of it, the move paid off since Lee was able to land a powerful punch to Gaara's head. "I'll have to thank Naruto-kun after the fight. The advice he gave me for a fight with Gaara has proved most useful." Flashback. "Hey Lee, you've got a minute?" Naruto asked as he walked up to the green Genin during Shikamaru's fight. "Why, yes, Naruto-kun. Do you need something?" "Since they changed the order of the fights, you'll be facing Gaara first, so I thought I'd give you some heads up beforehand." "That's very considerate of you, Naruto-kun. Thank you. Whatever you do, Lee, be very careful when fighting that guy. Remember what he did to that guy during the preliminaries? I've seen him do the same to a team from AIM in the Forest of Death, so did Shino. Whatever you do, don't get caught by the sand. Luckily for you, you're really fast, so you have that advantage. His sand won't be able to raise the defense in time if you attack with enough speed, and most likely won't be able to return in time if you separate them." "Thank you for your advice, Naruto-kun. I'll keep that in mind." Flashback end. "No way he hit Gaara," Kankuro said. "He got past his sand shield. That's impossible." Temari said, dumbfounded. "It's very much possible, if you're as fast as Lee, that is. Now Lee will soften him up some, and when your little invasion begins, Gaara will be easy pickings," Naruto said. "What did you say?" asked a shocked Temari, who grabbed hold of her fan. "You heard me. We know all about your little team-up with Orochimaru to raid Konoha, and the fact that your brother is the host of Shikaku." Naruto smirked as he watched the expressions on their faces change from shock to panic. "Our forces probably secured the gathering point outside the village by now, not to mention all the ANBU, Jounin, and Chunin hidden in the stadium. The only thing that still puzzles me is whether or not that is the Kazekage and Orochimaru disguised himself as one of the bodyguards, or did the treacherous snake kill that idiot Kage and took his place. How the hell do you know all this? And what do you mean the Kazekage being impossibly an imposter?" Temari asked, all the while shaking because they were discovered. "I know because I've sent my clones after we first met. The reason I did it was that I may have been nominated myself, so I decided to scout the competition. Well, that, and the fact that Gaara made me feel uneasy. My clones simply overheard you talking about something big, so I simply had clones trail you the entire time you spent in the village. Once Orochimaru showed up in the Forest of Death, and I discovered some of Gaara's abilities, my mind began to piece things together. We weren't certain if there would be an invasion or just an assassination attempt on the Hokage, but we decided to keep our eyes and ears open. Since I discovered the location of your force's rally point, we had our ninja keep guard and attack today at dawn. As for the Kazekage, well, let's just say that Orochimaru likes to screw people over. It wouldn't be that big of a surprise if he decided to kill the Kazekage before or right after your Eric on Konoha." "What happens now?" asked Kankuro as he reached for his puppet. "Don't bother trying to use your weapons," Naruto told them. "Remember how I bumped into you on my way here?" he asked. "That's when I gave you a special poison that will limit your chakra use and make you pass out within the next half hour's time. I would advise you to lay down your weapons and surrender. The Sandaime will try to negotiate a new treaty with Suna after this mess is over in order to avoid such things in the future." Temari and Kankuro did what they were told. With what they have seen Naruto do during his fight, an Aburame who could drain their chakra in moments, and a Nara who had regained some of his chakra, they were outmatched. Meanwhile, down in the arena, Lee was running circles around Gaara and periodically threw a punch or kick that went past the sand shield. When he softened his opponent sufficiently enough, Lee proceeded to send the sand user into the air with a Kagebuyo, and then used the Omoto Renge to crash Gaara into the ground. This didn't have the desired effect, and a large wave of sand was launched at Lee, who dodged it skillfully. Seeing no other way, Lee opened the first gate in his chakra pathways to gain greater strength and speed with which he pummeled Gaara into the ground. Gaara got back up, but felt something wet on his head. When he ran his hand through his hair and looked at it, he could see blood, his blood. Then all of a sudden he grabbed his head and screamed in pain. Unfortunately for everyone, that's when Gaara began undergoing his partial transformation into Shikaku. When everyone looked on with interest at the sight, before them, white feathers began falling from the sky, making all the civilians fall asleep, and a smoke bomb went off in the Kage box. Kabuto watched as everyone began to succumb to his technique and smirked behind his stolen Inbu mask at the Kage box, where his master was implementing the final phase of his plan. I have waited for this moment, Sarutobi-sensei. Though I would prefer for this to be just a fight between the two of us without anyone interrupting our little reunion, said Orochimaru. As his sound forehead created the prison to contain them, that was the Four Flames formation jutsu. I have to admit that it has been indeed a long time since we last saw each other face to face, my old student, and there is no denying I have become what you considered old as well. Still, that does not mean I am not strong enough to best you in combat like I did when you were younger, said Sarutobi, removing his Kage robes, revealing he was ready for combat. Up in the stands, the Jounin sensei of the Rookie Nine saw all the civilians fall asleep. Jinjutsu, so they made their move. It looks like Kurenai. Prepare yourselves, they're going to start coming out any time now. Asuma said. Yo, what did I miss? Said Kakashi as he appeared in the stadium. Kakashi, do you know how late you are, and where the hell is Sasuke? Asked Kurenai. Well, you see, I had to make sure that he's knocked out for the entire day before I could come here. Why is that eternal rival? Guy asked, perplexed at his rival's actions. Surely you would want him to participate in the finals that he worked hard to advance to. Not really, Guy. I talked this over with the Hokage, and he agreed that having Sasuke not show up here and keeping him hidden would be the best course of action, given that he is Orochimaru's target along with Sandaime-sama. I guess that is a good idea, given that Sasuke can be rather impulsive at times, Asuma said. He could have used this situation as a means of testing himself, thereby placing either himself or others in danger. Good thinking, Kakashi. Since you're here, my rival, why don't we test our flames of youth by seeing who can beat the most enemies? Guy proposed. Prepare to lose, Guy, because I seriously need to unwind after having to put up with the Uchiha pride for the entire month. There's that hip attitude of yours again, Kakashi. I'll walk up the Hokage monument 30 times on my hands if I don't win. I hate to break up your conversation, but our guests noticed us, and I think they want to play. Asuma said. Naruto had seen what was happening to Gaara and the strange barrier that formed on the roof of the VIP section of the stands. Coming to the decision that Gaara is the larger threat, at the time Naruto jumped over the railing and went to give Lee a hand while two of his clones went to observe the situation behind the barrier. Once he got there, he could see Gaara grabbing his head in pain and a dumbfounded Lee standing a short distance away who was trying to make heads or tails of the situation. Naruto walked up to the taijutsu user and slapped him in the face lightly. Lee, snap out of it. We have to stop him before he causes any damage or hurts the spectators. But Naruto-kun, what's happening to Gaara-san, and what do you mean by stopping him? Asked a confused Lee. Listen, there's no time for explanations now. We must stop him or many innocents will get hurt. Do you understand? When Lee nodded his head in confirmation, the blonde explained his plan. I got these special seal tags from Jiraiya. What we have to do is slap them onto Gaara's forehead, and he should return to normal. But we have to be very careful with this. One wrong move, and we'll be in big trouble, got it? Hi, Naruto-kun, I understand. Lee replied. Good, now let's go, we can't waste time. YSH. With that, they proceeded to assault Gaara at their top speed. The Suna Jinchuriki wasn't able to defend himself against such speed, and any attempts he made to stop the Konoha Genin with his sand attacks proved to be futile. Every time he tried to snag one of the assailants, the other would connect a powerful hit. What made the Sunanin's situation even more dire was the fact that he had used a third of his chakra reserves, and he kept losing more at an increasing rate. What he didn't know was that Shino had sent some of his bugs to help Naruto out. They were the reason why Gaara's chakra levels kept decreasing so rapidly. It didn't help any that Naruto made frequent attacks with either one of the many fire jutsus he knew, Doton techniques that seriously strained his sand shield, and made him use up his chakra even more, or the Sweat-Un techniques that made his sand heavier and forced Gaara to use even more chakra to reanimate his sand. Then there came the powerful physical attacks of the green-clad Taijutsu master. Each of those made his Suna no Yoroi crack and fall off. It was another large chakra drain that kept weakening Gaara. Since those punches and kicks were so strong that he could feel them through the armor, Gaara didn't want to find out what their effects on an unprotected body were. To the side, Genma was engaged in a fight with 3 Odo shinobi, though they clearly were not enough to make him worry about his life. They couldn't be more than barely chunin in strength, and most definitely not strong chunin by Konoha standards. It took him only a few minutes to dispatch them into the afterlife. Once that problem was out of the way, he went over to help Naruto and Lee, but they were close to wrapping things up. When Naruto came to the decision that they had weakened Gaara sufficiently enough, the blonde used a burst of speed by channeling Hiraishin chakra through his body to appear right in front of the Suna Jinchuriki's face and slapped one of the suppressor tags onto Gaara's forehead, cutting off the flow of Shikaku's Yukai and making him pass out, while simultaneously breaking the sand demon's grip on Gaara's mind. With one crisis out of the way, Naruto could rest a little before heading to the barrier and leaving Gaara in Gunma's hands with Lee and one more suppressor seal in case Gaara woke up. Naruto was able to rest only a little before one of his clones dispelled itself and the information about the Sandame's fight with Orochimaru came back to him. Wasting no time, Naruto jumped to the location of his other clone near the edge of the barrier. Throughout, Konoha battles were going on between the small contingents of Odo shinobi who infiltrated the village before the finals began and the Konoha shinobi assigned to defend strategic points in the village. Hehe. Looks like the old Ino Shikacho strikes again, huh guys? Inoichi Yamanaka said as he made one of the enemy ninja attack his comrades with his mind jutsu. As far as I'm concerned, they could have left us alone instead of ruining our little party in the Korean barbecue. Just think of all the food that got wasted, said Chizuru Kimichi. If you ask me, this whole situation is far too troublesome for its own good. Nara Shikaka spoke. Konoha's shinobi were fighting the combined force of sand and sound ninja that managed to sneak in somehow. The work of the snake's spies, no doubt, while the rest of their forces evacuated the civilians to the safety of the shelters within the Hokage monument. The students within Konoha's ninja academy were escorted by their chunin teachers, who took the less dangerous route even though it was the longer path taken. Konohamaru was nervous along with the other kids because they had never understood the sounds of the fighting with the explosions and thought it was some festival involving the exams. Such thoughts were stopped when 2 teams of sound ninja surrounded the group ready to annihilate them. "What do you want to do with these brats, sir?" said a sound ninja to his Jounin squad leader. "Kill all those who don't fight back, and those who do I want restrained to take back to Sound Village, so Orochimaru-sama can experiment on them," said the Jounin squad leader with the added support of the second group. "Konohamaru, I'm scared we can't fight them. We're going to be killed," Moegi said while the chunin teachers tensed knowing the situation was not looking too good. Just as the Sound Nin were about to advance, they were cut down by a team of Konoha Yenbu returning from their raid on the rally point. Throughout the entire village, Konoha shinobi were isolating and killing off the small groups of the invasion army. And they were winning without sustaining many causalities. Konoha's Stadium Kage stance. Saratobi engaged his old student in a taijutsu match that lasted barely 3 minutes before they began to use jutsu to gain an advantage over one another. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Saratobi called out, sending a few shuriken at Orochimaru that soon turned into many, heading like the original to their intended target. The snake managed to use his flexibility to avoid getting hit before sending a pair of snakes from his sleeve at his old sensei. The aged Hokage performed some hand seals and called out Doton, Doryu Taiga, creating a river of mud that made Orochimaru lose his balance. Afterwards, Saratobi used Kitan, Ryuka no Jutsu, to turn the heat up a little for the Rouge Sannin. The robes of the Kazekage that he was currently wearing caught fire, and Orochimaru was forced to discard them before his clothes caught fire as well. That managed to seriously piss off the Snake Sannin, who returned the favor with a Gakakyu no Jutsu toward the old Fire Shadow. However, it was blocked by a Doton, Doryahiki. The whole situation was getting on his nerves. Just his luck that he chose to fight one of the men who knew the most jutsu on the planet. While he was making hand signs for a technique that changed all the broken bits around him into snakes, the old man summoned Monkey King Enma to help him out. Seeing his snakes obliterated like they were nothing, Orochimaru summoned his sword Kusanagi the Grass Cutter and engaged Sarutobi in armed combat. This proved to be a stalemate since once in his staff form Enma could change size and length and still retain the ability to have his eyes open arms grab the snake Sanin's arm and bite him, while the Kusanagi could extend and still had the power to injure Enma. And let's not forget the deadly poison that coated the sword. Seeing no other way, Orochimaru turned as many broken roof fragments as he could into snakes and had them attack the Sandaime to overrun the old fool. What he didn't count on was for Sarutobi to take out grenades and throw them at his snake army. Some of them exploded, others froze the targeted area within a few feet, while the last kind sprayed some sort of corrosive liquid that dissolved the snakes. "Looks like I broke your toys, my misguided pupil. I hope you have more," Sarutobi taunted. "That's it, you old fool. I'm through playing. Prepare to die a painful death." Kona Stadium, spectator stands. 14, 15, 16. Hope you can keep up, eternal rival, because I just got warmed up. You know who. 16, 17, 18. Huh, did you say something, guy? Oh, there's that hip attitude again. Hate to spoil your fun, but I just took out no. 20, and we're running out of enemies. Asuma said. With Naruto. Looks like I got here just in time. They seem to be really going at it like there's no tomorrow. Just look at that mess. It looks like a training field after my spar with Anko. Naruto observed the fight from the other side of the barrier, waiting for an opening to jump inside the barrier and make a surprise attack when Orochimaru least expects it. He could see that Sarutobi noticed his arrival and made preparations so that Naruto could hit the Rouge Sannin with a Rasengan and tip the balance of the fight. When Sarutobi blocked another strike from Orochimaru's sword and had Enma hold down his hands, Naruto made his move. He instantly appeared behind the snake Sannin, and before Orochimaru could react, Naruto slammed his Rasengan in his back. Enma quickly let go, and Sarutobi jumped back to avoid getting hit after Naruto released his jutsu and sent Orochimaru flying. The pain he felt from the chakra sphere grinding into his back was enormous, and when it was released, he was sent flying into the barrier created by the Sound 4. The snake Sannin slowly got up, still feeling great pain that sneak attack was able to inflict upon him. He began to seethe when he saw that annoying blonde rat that foiled his plan of capturing the Uchiha and his Sharingan. That fox-like grin reminded him so much of the blonde bastard that took the title of Konoha's Yondaime that was rightfully his. Then he could conduct his experiments without problems and become even more powerful. Then there was that strange jutsu that held great similarities to the Hiraishin. There has to be some explanation to this. The damn demon brat looks like him and uses techniques that are similar to those used by that bastard Minato, so there has to be some connection. He knew Minato didn't have any kids, and the name indicates that the little rat is the son of that redhead Kushina that annoyed him so much. Even his personality resembles that of that annoying bitch. That's it. He remembered some hints from years ago about how Kushina told Minato that she was already seeing someone. Most likely Minato gave her son his techniques so he could use them and improve them since he was going to die without an heir. It's so like him to give his creations to one of his friends. He did teach that idiot Jiraiya the Rasengan, so he would definitely leave his best jutsu to a trusted friend. Since the technique used by the blonde doesn't need the special kunai, it has to be an improved version or some variation of the Hiraishin no jutsu. I can probably only be used to travel within a certain radius of the user's location. That would explain many of his observations. The blonde used this jutsu only when he was near him, so it has to be it. Probably some new seal Minato invented that allowed the user to perform the jutsu and travel instantly a certain distance. To use it for long-range travel, the kunai still have to be used, but short-range teleportation is only limited by chakra and some factors. I have to congratulate you, Naruto-kun. You certainly have mastered the jutsus Minato left you quite well. Tell me, did he place another seal on you to allow you to use a short-range version of the Hiraishin without the special kunai, or is there some other means that allows you to use it? I seriously doubt that you created it since you don't have the required knowledge of seals to do so, even if you are a gifted child. That's quite ingenious of him, actually. Normally, the kunai limit the jutsu since an enemy may try to avoid them or set an ambush, but this new form of it makes it impossible to predict where you'll appear. Care to share, Naruto-kun? Not on your miserable life, snake shit. Well, then it looks like I'll have to rip its secrets from your dead body, Orochimaru said right before he lunged at Naruto. Before they could react, Orochimaru's sword pierced the blonde's right lung. When Naruto burst into smoke, the Sannin's eyes went wide. To his right, a roof tile transformed into Naruto. You didn't think I'm that stupid, did you? I made a clone and turned into a roof tile while you couldn't see me. I know that you're faster than me, so I took defensive measures, Naruto said as he threw a ball at the Rouge Sannin. The ball burst into smoke right in front of Orochimaru's face, who used his hands to shield his face. What happened next was by all means bizarre. The snake Sannin screamed in pain, and as the smoke cleared, revealing the sight of Orochimaru reeling in pain, and his hands, arms, and parts of his torso and face were covered with some kind of jelly substance. How do you like my present, snake team? I hope you like jelly, Naruto said. Let me introduce you to the Cuboza jellyfish, also known as the box jellyfish. It's one of the most lethal sea creatures in existence. Its venom is more complex and toxic than that of any snake or plant. You see, normally venom or toxins have only one effect. They either destroy blood cells and vessels, neurotoxins paralyze the body's muscles and heart, and others just dissolve body tissue, but it is possible to make an anti-venom to stop them from killing you. This thing, on the other hand, is a really complex mix of all those toxins the Cuboza makes naturally. The mixture is so complex that it's nearly impossible to create an antidote. I had to travel all the way to Tea Country to get them, since they like warm waters. You don't have to thank me. I was glad to get you this going-away gift. Judging from the area of exposure, I'd say that you'll be extremely lucky to survive this. If somehow you manage to pull it off, then you won't be able to use your hands ever again, since they were the most affected. The toxin will destroy the muscles and blood vessels in your arms, leaving them useless for the rest of your life. Naruto looked at the snake Sannin with the corner of his eye. If you live that long. I'm sorry it had to come to this, Orochimaru, but your sick ambitions led you to this pathetic end. Sarutobi spoke up. It's time I fixed the mistake I made all those years ago. Sarutobi began making hand seals for a powerful Katon Jutsu to finish off his one-time prized student. Just as the Sandaime finished the long chain of seals, Orochimaru managed to throw an exploding tag with his already stiffening hands between himself and his opponents and called out to his men. Sound for retreat now, he called out. He jumped to them, and Sakan and Jirubu helped him evacuate while Kidomaru stopped the pursuing Ianbu with his chakra-enhanced webs.